and a warm welcome to our viewers to the 3Ws Oval at the KFIL campus of the University of the West Indies here in Barbados. We're finally going to get some action in this match, which has been badly plagued by the weather. We lost more than half of the first day's play when only 24 and a half overs were possible. We then lost the entire day's play yesterday due to a damp spot on the pitch. And finally, on this, the third and final day, we're going to get some action with the Wildey side, the visitors here, resuming their first innings from 61 for the loss of 4 wickets after they won the toss and elected to bat. I am Wayne Holder and I have with me Andy Payne, and Andy is with some relief that we welcome our cricket again at the 3Ws Oval.
Yes, man, relief indeed. Ever since lunch on day one, we haven't had any player really. And here we are on day three. Only some 24.3 overs permitted based on the weather. Everything you've described really this morning. Neymar Bolden, he's on 13. Shane Parrish is on 4. Shamar Holder, he's going to continue his over, and he would have sent down 3 deliveries before the rains came. And he's so far conceded 7.3 overs, 1 wicket for 12 runs. So I think is a young man who's looked the part, really. He's looked fit, he's looked ready for the battle, and surely he will want to get some wickets in this encounter.
Well, the University of the West Indies team, of course, led by Jonathan Carter, the veteran. And they're going to start with 2 slips and 2 gullies, basically. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Then there's a man at point, a cover straight and a mid-off. So very heavily stacked offside field as Holder right arm over the wicket gets us going. And that first delivery is coming off of the outer half of the bat, running along the ground to the first of those 2 gullies. Now, there is no run, so UWI would think that they are in the stronger position, having removed 4 of the Wildey wickets. And I think at stake here in this match will be first innings points, first of all, along with any points to be gathered for batting and bowling. UWI just needing 1 more wicket, actually, to collect their first 2 points. Holder is on target, and Bolden coming calmly, certainly on the front foot, pushing it into the offside. There is no run. It'll be interesting to see to complete the 25th over. No runs at it. It remains 61 for 4 Wildey.
Yeah, just a quiet start, just really getting things together from both sides. Holder trying to get himself a rhythm and get going. Just 3 deliveries, nothing of excess pace, but just hitting that area on top of all.
Shane Parrish on the pad, and quite vociferous appeal coming from the UWI fielders. Umpire Jalissa Calendar remaining unmoved. Calendar and Sherwin Codrington, the 2 officials on field, as this delivery is starting outside the off stump. Parrish picks up the line, leaves it through to the keeper, no run. The field 2 slips and the silly point under the helmet, very, very close in. As Bishop is this time forcing a shot out of Parrish. This delivery starting a bit shorter and spinning across the right-handed Parrish. Screening out now to the over week total. Bishop is getting him onto the front foot, getting this one a lot straighter. And Parrish stretching out, pushing it.
Spotting in that area, you saw a couple of balls just getting away from the right hander going through to Richards, but that's the area of some concern, I'm sure, in the batter's mind. They will also have that kind of
wicket bordering on a short mid-on. And Holden now to bowl his first delivery to Shane Paris for the day. And gets a short delivery, gets on top of it, nudges it into the outside, and they go for the single.
Well played there by Paris. Like I said, those two men in that area at Gully, which means there's a vacant point as Bishop. He's lurking there in the extra cover region. And you saw Paris just dropping that one with soft hands and having good response from Bolden and being able to pick up his first runs in the morning.
Well, Paris gets his first run, as you said, Andy. So he moves off the 4. He's now 5. The total is 63 for 4. And still trying to get the field in order. Captain Corbin there at slip. So he's now got, again, just the two fielders in the onside, but both of them in front of square. There's a short forward square and a wide mid on. As Bolden is playing outside the off stump to delivery, angling across him, pitching down, good carry through to the keeper too. That is about the best delivery we've seen from Holder so far. The first effort ball really that we've seen from him.
Yes, and like I said, I expect this to be a bit of a challenge here between this pair. And you saw just hitting that glorious length and just taking it away from the left-hander. And this is what this game is about, the challenges between the better players, so to speak. And Holder, I'm sure he will want to get this man here in Bolden. And he will really prize the scalp, really, if he was to get it. But an excellent delivery, like you said.
That's fine delivery. Forcing the left-hander to play the ball, flashing past the edge, and keeper Richards taking it up towards the shoulders. Pitched right up and worked straight to Bishop there at forward square. So looking for that full length, Yorker length delivery there, Holder. Equal to the task is Neymar Bolden, as you said, one of the young emerging lights, one of many emerging players on the scene here locally. Comes onto the front foot gently, just pushes this one off the face of the bat up to mid-off. There is no run, so that over comes to an end. The battle between Holder and Bolden continues, and so far no one really breaking free. This game still much a sparring match it has been so far for the 3 overs that we've seen. Well, 2.5 field. Heavily populated offside field as he's coming onto the front foot, lining this one on the leg stump. Tickled away by Paris. He's going to get a couple because Shamar Holder, the closest fielder to the ball, is coming all the way from mid-wicket to backward square. And Paris just nudging a couple.
Well negotiated there by Shane Paris. Like I said, just getting a bit straighter on that occasion. Remember you said you just got 2 men on the onside. There's a man at mid-on and there's a mid-wicket. So getting it in the square region, he was able to pick up a single.
Again, Paris watching it off the pitch onto the back foot. Not actually playing at the ball, not following the delivery as it pitches and spins across him into the gloves of keeper Richards. Onto the front foot this time, getting it in front of the wicket. Holder just trots in, picks up from his position at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think if I was Corbin and Bishop's going to bowl that area a bit straighter, I might be inclined to actually have a man at silly mid-on as well.
Interesting thought, as this delivery is again pitching outside the off stump, and Paris coming onto the front foot and picking up the line, allowing it through to the keeper. So intriguing stuff it has been. As this time he's off the back foot, nudges it again, but straight to the swiftly moving Javed Leacock. So it's good intriguing stuff it has been. The batsmen haven't looked in a lot of trouble. Scoring has not been easy and free, but the batsmen are adapting well to the conditions. And so far, so good for Wildey.
Yeah, and this is how Wildey's approach need. This is the approach that they need to take. Really, remember they've lost 4 of the top order batters already, and you're coming here with a lot to play for on this day. So this period, they need to at least bat up to at least an hour, because if you're losing wickets in this period, it gives University too much of an advantage. Really, like you said, they want to get the first in his lead. That's the first aim they will want to play for, along with the bowling points. But this period, they've got a big job on their hands, really, to build a partnership. Just probably get the total up to beyond the 100 mark. Just see a new bowler into the attack. And these are some of the things I'm sure Coach Clint St. Hill would have advocated to these young men before they got into battle here in the middle. When I said again, Bishop had mentioned probably someone like Corbin getting the silly mid on in there. Psychologically with that trouble in front of the batting area, it might just cause some kind of panic into the minds of the batters. So it's something of some thought here at the 3Ws Oval.
Well, yes, as you say, getting that fielder in the eye line of the batsman and bringing something else for them to think about. We haven't seen the Bishop get any extra bounce up to this stage, but of course that's also be a factor if there's any bounce on offer. With that fielder in under the helmet at, you said, silly mid on, forward short leg, that general area. But Shamar Holder to continue. Now in his, I think, 10th over. And this one is choked nicely into the gap to the covers. The ball is going to run out to the boundary. The outfielder a bit sluggish and is not going to make it out to the rope. But the batsman easily come back for a third run. So well negotiated there by Nemara Bolden, just easing onto the front foot, not looking to overhit the ball, just stroked it, timed it sweetly, and he got it in the gap, picked up 3.
Yeah, this is the class of Bolden, like you said, coming on the front foot and just SCN a nice push drive, really. You spoke on day one about the outfield here at the 3Ws Oval, which is always very thick and it's not the fastest outfield, so a lot of threes will be on offer, and you saw they come back for that 3. So a good shot there by Bolden.
So brings Paris back on strike. Total moves up to 68. 68 for 4. The right-hander. Once again, that field adjusting, looking at it. Have a look at the field employed maybe after this delivery. And Paris shuffling across his wicket. Easily struck, was pushing it away into the offside, no run. So we got the 2 slips, Andy. Then we've got what is technically 2 gullies and almost a third gully. That man at backward point are quite close to the bat. Just, well, I guess he might not be a stationary fielder, but almost a third gully. Here he comes in now. Leacock as delivery outside the off stump, flirting with it is Paris, looking to dab it down behind the wicket, and the ball not carrying as some of the previous deliveries, so to keeper Richards taking it down by the shins.
Yes, well, I think Leacock is very much stationed at that point, and that's a good move to get him off from the onside into the offside. Paris, who's pretty strong on the offside. And it's just that second of the gullies is very wide, so it's pretty close to the man at point.
Holder is outside the off stump, and Paris not playing at the delivery actually, playing deliberately, keeping his bat inside the line. Looks spectacular. The ball going past the outside edge, but never in any danger. Paris not his hands not dragged away from the body.
Yeah, very well negotiated there by Shane Paris. Like you said, he pulled his hands inside the line of that to allow it to go through to keeper Richards.
A great pace are coming out. We're seeing out of the pitch so far this morning. Well, this afternoon now. This one is pitched right up, and Paris is.
Well, still very much in the morning.
To mid on. Well, actually, we started at 11:30.
Yes.
I was thinking of our 12 o'clock start.
Yes, 11:30. Some 7 overs and then the 75. So I think we've got a number of 82 overs in this day's play.
Possible on the day, and we talked about the tactics for UWI and looking for the first in his lead, but Wildey themselves will also have a part to play. They would have had some idea of how they want to play it out today, as this delivery is outside the off stump. Paris shuffling across his wicket, covering his off stump, and ensuring that that is all in order, and it's so to the keeper. So Holder finishes another over, steady over, but nothing in particular. 1 for 17 from his 10. It remains 68 for 4. So slow going, but unperturbed.
Well, slow based on the nature of the game. You could understand why it's slow. Like I said, this pair needs to put together a partnership. They won the toss on day one. They elected to bat, and losing 4 wickets before the rains came. So they found themselves in a precarious position, really. And they can't afford to lose too many wickets too early this morning. So this pair's really got to dig in and try to put together a partnership here for their team.
Bishop, very economical. 2 for 15 from 8 overs. Bowling to the left-handed Nimar Bolden. I think, am I correct? The bowling to Bolden for the
first time for the morning, yes.
That's first time for the morning. He's got the forward short leg and the leg slip, along with the slip in place.
Spinning back into the left-hander. And here you saw Bolden getting that one outside the off-stump and effecting the reverse sweep to good.
Yeah, very well timed, as Bishop is forcing. Now we see that bounce that I spoke about for the first time. Ball bouncing quite generously, but Bolden pulling out of the shot quite early, having picked up the line of the delivery. Onto the front foot, goes past the outside edge. Wicketkeeper Richards removes one bail, the off bail.
Quality on all fronts. Good delivery, well taken there by the keeper. Just effecting the stump in the tip. Just dismissing that one bail win.
Yes.
But you failed to capitalize on the bad delivery.
Not really getting out onto that front foot, as this delivery is pushing him onto the back foot and up to mid-off, where Calvin Marcus is in attendance. The end of yet another over, and for the first time we saw the left arm spinner bowling to the left-handed batsman, and Bolden showing that he is prepared to be creative, to be innovative with that reverse sweep for a boundary.
Yeah, you saw Bolden showing his innovations, like you rightfully said, picking up a boundary with it as well. But then Bishop, you saw him putting a lot more effort into the balls after that. You saw that one that spun a long way into Bolden that he had to just ride his body out of. You can see the effort in that ball from Bishop. But obviously, you can see it offering some spin. You saw him beating them on the outside edge as well. So this is a good challenge. He said just getting the ball to beat him on both edges of the bat.
Well, right, and so this intense battle, this almost attritional battle continuing. 72 for 4, adding some 11 runs so far today, just 11 so far today. This pair, as Holder is seeing the man driving, I think that traveled in the air for a bit out towards the square cover area. No one there though, and picking up a couple of runs of Paris.
Yes, remember I said Paris is very strong on the drive. That's his favourite shot, really. Trying to hit the ball through the cover, albeit a bit aerial on that occasion, but getting it in the gap, nevertheless, and picking up a couple. I'm sure Holder, he shouldn't be too perturbed about that. That's the kind of shots you want to induce from Paris. Wasn't in full control on that occasion, and just managed to elude any of the fielders.
Well, especially with the field that he has employed. There was 5 men behind square on the offside, 2 slips, 2 gullies, and the backward point. And now we see Bishop stationed at a fairly close-in cover point, as this is pulling the length back this time Holder, and Paris adjusting.
You can see good batsmanship there by Paris as well. Holder getting pretty far down into his face, definitely having a word, and the experience of someone like she and Paris, not bothered to get engaged really. You see him turning his back and looking towards the square leg region, allow Holder to say his words and move on. The younger players, they will think that they have to get involved in the battle.
Yes, Paris, a seasoned campaigner. One recalls him back in the heyday of your Maple Club. As he squared up again this time. Much straighter delivery from Holder and Paris. Opening the face of the bat at the last moment, though, once the ball made contact, and opening the face of the bat and playing it with soft hands. Importantly, the ball running down into the slip, but all along the ground.
Yes, good battle ensuring here. Like you said, these are the areas you want to have this man playing. Again, that one was a good length again. He was a bit uncertain if to be on the front foot or if to be on the back foot.
Yeah,
So like you said, just being a bit square in the end.
yeah, playing from the crease more or less. Holder is looking for that full length, but the line is off wide of the off stump.
Yeah, just being a bit too wide on that occasion as Shamar Holder. Just needs, but the idea is right. Just try to get it as full as he could. He just needs to get his line a little bit better.
Yes, no pressure on the batsman there. It remains 74 for 4. Remember, this is the third and final day of this match between two teams very closely matched, very closely placed in the point standings, as Holder gets close to the wicket this time and pulls a shortish delivery just back of a length, and Paris on top of it, guiding it into the first of those two gullies. We come to the end of another over, and Wildey resuming on 61 for 4. They now move to 74 without any further loss, keeping this fifth wicket partnership going. This partnership starting since last Saturday on the first day of the match. So I think this first half hour, the Wildey team can feel rather satisfied with the progress they have made.
Yes, and a good over again there by, like you said, by Shamar Holder. And he's just holding things together for his team. Parrish should be very defiant there, but this is turned out to be a very good battle.
Oh, yes, here comes Bishop from the southern end, and turned in the air, but well clear of those two fielders close in on the leg side. There is a man at forward short leg, the captain Corbin at leg slip, but we saw Bolden being able to get that one aerial, but square between the two, actually.
Yeah, well negotiated. Like, you'll get a lot of those. It's just one thing, you don't want to play it to hand. But again, the ball coming into the left hander, a good length, getting a bit close onto him.
Bishop would have been encouraged by that. This time he's seeing Bolden go onto the back foot and push it away square out towards point. Gets a single. Holder from cover having to come around to his right. So again, there is rotation in the strike, and this will be helpful to the Wildey cause, forcing the bowlers to constantly adjust their line once they can keep the strike rotating. So the right-handed Paris facing up now to Bishop, and coming onto the front for pushing it into the offside. There is no run. So as a captain, you've always got to be conscious when you've got this left-hand, right-handed partnership going. Obviously, your line's going to be slightly different.
Yeah, and this is good by the part of the Wildey batters, just being able to rotate the strike. Like you said, they're getting a couple of runs. Now the partnership is beginning to forge, but without any chances. So this is very good.
Coming on to the front foot, played it to mid-on. They go for the single as Marcus is fairly deep there at mid-on, and a well-weighted shot by Paris, recognizing by taking the weight off that Marcus would have to be coming in towards the ball. Good response from Bolden and a very well taken single. 78 for 4. Bolden back on strike. And bringing on to the front foot again, going past the outside edge. Richards removes the bails, but the back foot firmly planted for Namar Bolden. So a moral victory the final delivery of the over to Joshua Bishop, but no damage done to the Wildey batting side.
Okay, have a look at it here on the replay again now, Wayne. You see Bishop giving that one a bit of ear outside the off and groping at it really is bold and a good take again there by Richards. Let's have his man asking those questions. So good ball in there by Joshua Bishop. He's expected to produce those type of deliveries, a player of his caliber. But again, equally good to the task is Bolden. So you see good rotation in the strike between himself and Paris. Paris looks very easy. He looks at home really to the spin of Bishop. He needs to be a bit more cautious about what he does here to hold us asking those questions outside the off stump. He loves to drive. He's got lots of men behind the wicket waiting for that edge. So he just needs to be a bit more assured about what he
Paris
goes.
On
Yeah.
10. 10 from 46 deliveries. Spell for Shamar Holder continues. Passes umpire Codrington. Gets this one on the hip and works it down behind square into that area, the 45-degree angle area. Keeps keeper Richards quickly out from behind the stumps. Can't stop the single though. So once again,
Leg by, really.
it's a leg by.
Yeah, leg by signal by Codrington.
Well, yes, the ball, suggesting that it might have been a leg by. The ball didn't really travel once it left the batter, almost dying into that short fine leg area. So one more to the total though, 79 for 4. And once again, the left-handed Bolden comes on strike. Bolden on 24. And the field making the adjustment. Holder continues over the wicket. Again, he gets close to the stumps and gets this one outside the off stump, but picking up the line is Bolden, allowing it through to the keeper. You know, there's a tendency, Andy, for right arm piercers nowadays, the tendencies to come around the wicket to the left-hander. So far, we have seen Shamar Holder resist any temptation to do that. He remains over the wicket.
I like Kemar Roach. He's an exponent of it.
Well, no, Kemar Roach is the standard. No doubt about it. Here comes Holder. Again, he's close to the wicket, though. What is the feature of his bowling, though, is he's been getting very close, very tight to the wicket. And looking to bowl that very straight stump-to-stump line. Hence, he's been able to maintain that constant line on top of the off stump, just outside the off stump.
It's good accuracy from him. And I like the ploy, like I said, just kick bowling over the wicket around the wicket really, and just trying to get that one to push it away from the right-hander.
Here he is again, and bringing Bolden on to the front foot, dropping it away square on the off side. We talk about Kemar Roach, those bowlers who are able to almost deceive left-handed batters with the angle coming around the wicket. The ball appears to be coming in with the angle, and if you get the batsman playing at the angle, once that ball straightens or moves away slightly, it always exposes the outside edge, and also sometimes the off stump even.
Yes, it's a real art, really. But it also calls for some mechanics with your body.
Again onto the front foot, guided square on the offside, well taken, well fielded there by Javid Leacock. The ball traveling briskly to him and getting down, staying low. And of course enjoying the nice cushion of grass here at the 3W's Oval.
He really prides himself as a top feeder, Javid Leacock. So I'm just moving swiftly there and diving, actually whistling the return back into the stumps as well. Well backed up by Bishop, so good passage to play.
Good spectacle for spectators. Looks good on the TV. Holder is again tight on that off stump line. Bolden is tight in his defense. Pushes it into the offside. He completes another over. Shamar Holder. No success for him or the UWI team so far this morning. And with Wildey resuming at 61 for 4, now 79 for 4. Time for us, Andy, you and I, to take a break and introduce, in that order, Andrew Mason and Rashawn Hackett.
So thank you, gentlemen. And just after noon on the last day of this match, here's Bishop to continue for UWI. Beautifully bowled indeed. He's such a wonderful left-arm spinner. No great turn, but there was the batsman Paris feeling. And the ball went through to be taken by the keeper. So as you were told moments ago, no success for UWI so far. Beautiful piece of bowling again by Bishop. As I say, good afternoon for the first time to Rashawn Hackett. Good afternoon to you, my friend. How are you?
Good afternoon to you, Andrew. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. I am fantastic. It is an amazing day for some cricket here at the 3Ws Oval. And the fact that cricket is actually playing makes me feel even better. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. Didn't quite make it to early morning mass, but I did in fact have my jog. Did you make it out to early morning mass?
I did not, in fact. I had a late night last night doing some work.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm trying to justify it. The answer is no.
All right. Well, of course, our very good friend did, in fact, make it out. Mr. Lane, who's behind me. A big Brazil man, I'm told. Lovely piece of bowling again. As you'd expect, some aggression in the field, placing their two slips and the silly point. Paris has been very watchful. He's got 10 from 51 balls. And Bishop probing again, looking for his third wicket. He's been brilliant. Big broad bat coming from Paris. Player with some ability. There's no question about that. In fact, when we first saw Paris, we thought by now he'd have gone on to have maybe played for Barbados. So the end of another tight over tremendous probe from the left arm spinner. Maiden, 34 overs gone. Wildey, 79 for 4.
Well, Andrew, the intentions have been quite clear here this morning from the UWI side. Very aggressive field setting from both Shamar Holder and Joshua Bishop. One would assume that they would be trying to keep this grip of the game that they have right now. 79 for 4 are the Wildey side. UWI could consider themselves to be on top. Wildey, they need a rebuild, and Neymar Bowden and Shane Paris are doing a good job at it right now. But that takes nothing away from these UWI bowlers. Shamar Holder, he's been tidy all morning. 12 overs, 19 runs, just 1 wicket. And Joshua Bishop on the other end has been holding down the ship. So these two, very good with the ball. Bowden and Paris, very good with the bat. Good matchup so far.
Yeah, Holder's been good. I've seen a bit of him for the season. Looking very free. Lovely high action. But Bowden's bat is broad. There's no question about that. A former Barbados under-19 captain. Of course, the T20 World Cup is on as well. Australia restricting England to 150 for 4 with some pretty good bowling from all of their bowlers. The most economical, well, to bowl more than 2 would be Hamilton, the left-arm pacer. And no doubt they will think that they should be able to get to 151, but you never know, it's a final. England have got a good attack.
Driven back to Holder. But back to the World Cup. You know, as they say, runs on the board is always a good thing. England have them. Australia, they now have to go out and score those runs. So I'm sure that it will be a good game. A no ball here from Shamar Holder. He's committed the cardinal sin.
And in terms of the West Indies, 132 for 2 now, losing John Campbell, who continues to get into the 50s and 60s and 70s. In fact, this is now 10 times he's done that. So got to be careful about that. Is it concentration? He was dismissed off Fernando, caught Chandamal for 72. Kevin Hodge is batting with the pace of a giant African snail. 114 balls for 25. But of course, occupation decrease is so important. We'll keep you updated as far as that is concerned as well. Let me remind you that the West Indies trail by a whopping 417 runs. But for them, it's a matter of batting until the cows and the pigs and the sheep come home, with Sri Lanka making a mammoth 549 for 9 declared. So we keep you updated. Of course, World Cup football is on today. England in the high altitude of Mexico. That's 8 o'clock tonight. And Brazil are playing against Norway, I believe, at around 4. We'll just double check that. But 2 good games are on.
Shot. No run though. Good work in the covers from Jay Clark. Diving away to his left.
Yeah, and a good field setting as well, Rashawn, because the right arm bowler just angled the ball into the left-hander. He's got the back to do that. Bishop, and he's also got the silly point in. And sometimes that could be very psychological. But I won't be surprised if he, with a bit of turn, look at that. That ball started into the line of the off stump and a bit of turn away. He's not a big turn on the ball. So I'm a little bit surprised that there are 2 slips in, and he's not gotten that great degree of bounce. I don't see on many occasions spinners getting wicket with a fielder, a batsman caught at second slip. But that ball was beautifully disguised one in terms of pace. That was a bit quicker. Electing to go on the back foot there was Paris and was beaten. As the old-time commentators would say, all ends up.
Yes, that one just hitting into that spot. That was of concern yesterday.
Beautifully bowled indeed. Beaten comprehensively. So, as you asked the question, the over comes in, 36 gone, 84 for 4. He's got the 2 slips in, and that silly point. So, I'm suppose he's looking for a nibble to the keeper or even for a slip. He may have to scratch your head a couple of times.
Some would include a Gaston as well.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he sustains the pace. He can be quick for an over 2. Big, strong man, but he's sharpish. There's no question about that. Here's Marcus. That's a naughty shot by the left-hander. Anybody else? Let's go to Empire. Anybody at Empire with a bit of pace?
Empire, no express pacers really that come to mind. There's just Shaquille Cumberbatch. He's not the most express in pace.
He hits the bat hard, but not express. Jaden Edmond, the former Barbados under-19, he's sharpish. Don't think he'd get up to 90, maybe 83, 84. Maybe up to 85. Maybe, let's stay at maybe around 80, 82. Who else? We'll check another club shortly. Maybe Wildey. Wildey don't really have fast bowlers,
yes,
of course.
I was not about to say no express pacers.
Jordan
here.
is a medium pacer.
Jordan, yes, he gets the ball to move a long way, but not express in nature.
No, not at all.
When we go across to the Carlton Club, though, there's the likes of a Dominic Drakes.
Yep.
He gets a good bit of pace.
Yep. Seems to be more the white ball type of cricketer. When I first saw him, I thought by now he would be a permanent fixture in the Barbados team. But, of course, the options for these cricketers, and they would no doubt go where the money is, and that's in white ball cricket. And he plays a lot of white ball cricket. Dominic Drakes. His father was pretty sharp. Vaspert Drakes.
Yes, Vaspert Drakes, now coach at the Barbados Cricket Association.
Yeah, he's been there for quite a long time. He's the head coach. And let's take the opportunity to wish another coach who actually retired recently, Dexter Toppin. Had a big celebration for him. Good old Dexter.
Coach Dex, what a guy. So many memories I would have had with him playing for the BCA youth team. He's a tremendous guy, a tremendous coach.
So he coached you then?
Yes, for a number of years playing for the BCA youth side. He's always around the youth setup, so I would have had good experiences with him. Very, very good at what he does.
Okay.
He's one who has a passion for youth development in Barbados. He wants to see the youngsters do well and go on. So a happy retirement to Coach Dex. If you're listening, good afternoon to you.
Yeah. Been around for a long time. Former Spartan player, played some cricket in South Africa as well. Works very well with the youth. I think he's got his own private academy now, I'm told. Have you done any work with Franklin Stevenson?
I have done some work with Franklin Stevenson. That's where my cricket all started, actually. I would have
Okay.
started out at the Franklin Stevenson Academy
Okay.
from the time I was about 8, 9 years old.
Okay.
Flashing drive outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, he was beating with pace.
These are very good. Holden picking up another 3.
Yeah, the ball before had the correct length. That was too short. Batsman had all the time in the world to go on the back for them punters coming the offside for 3 to end the over from Calvin Marcus.
We see some scenery from the University of the West Indies facilities. 84 for 4. Oh no, we'll give you the updated score very shortly. $87 for 4. 37 overs then.
So Joshua Bishop to continue. He's been brilliant in that he's picked up wickets, and he's also been pregnant with economy, really, because when you look at that 12 overs, 2 for 23.
An economy rate of just 1.92, so he's been very economical. But just Joshua Bishop doing Joshua Bishop things. He's one who is very clever. Has a lot of deliveries in his armory. He's just the all-round cricketer. Batsman, bowler, very good fielder as well.
Joshua Bishop. I think he's from the parish. Is he a St. James man, do you know?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay.
I'll have to ask him when I go down at the lunch break.
Yeah.
So interesting move here. Bishop from around the wicket now.
St. James, of course, producing a lot of good cricketers in that Holders Hill area. Franklin Stevenson from that area. Desmond Haynes from that area as well. Courtney Brown just up the road. Philo Wallace from that area. I mean, I think someone should do a study of Holders Hill. I'm a bit surprised that hasn't, maybe it has been done, I don't know, but I mean, I really think you should do a study of a place like Holders Hill. It's produced so many very good cricketers. Got the Desmond Haynes complex as well. He's a Holders Hill man.
Yes, lots of great cricketers come out of Holders Hill, as you mentioned. I never thought about it though.
Yeah, it's something. I think it's something that needs to be done. I mean, there are a lot of first class cricketers as well who would have come from that area. So let me invite the historians to maybe focus on Holders Hill. Of course, there's also Holders House as well.
Holders House, where is that?
In Holders Hill.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of Holders House.
Oh, that's a full toss and flicked away. It'll get too comfortable here, one would imagine. Trying to bowl the wrong one, as you see. He's developed that, but he just was too full, and it was on the leg stump with an offside bias. Plenty of risk still on the onside. In fact, on the onside, he just got 2 fielders, the mid wicket and the mid on. So his line has got to be just on top of the off stump.
Oh,
Beautifully bowled.
that's a good ripping delivery. And surely that rough patch there that was of concern yesterday still has a bit of impact on the wicket. It may be dried out now, but what is left back is some grass on the pitch. So a bit of bounce there for Bishop to exploit. 38 overs then, 90 for 4.
So, Rashawn, it's some homework you can do. Maybe look at the number of players that would have come to Holders Hill. I'd make a note of that, and I think you'll have a very good story there. I mean, there's several. So when Wayne Holder comes a calling, he'll be in a position to maybe write those names down. I mean, Allison Johnson is from that area as well. Dane Maynard from that area. Haynesville, Holders Hill area.
Very accomplished area. Calvin Marcus continues to Neymar Bolden. Just tucking that one into the offside. Pick up the first run. Good strike rotation here.
So Australia, they started the sixth without loss. 145 more to get from 113 balls. You would think that Australia should go on to win. Lunch, the West Indies are 132 for 2, trailing by 417. Kevin Hodge, he's there on 25 from 114 balls. And Amir Jangu, in his third test match, the man who made a double century, he's got 8 from 7. So 549 for 9 declared Sri Lanka. The West Indies at lunch on the third day. They won 32 for 2. We'll keep you updated on that match as well.
Short delivery here from Marcus. A nothing delivery, really. A wide signal by umpire Codrington. When we go back to the discussion of cricketers from the Holders Hill area, though, there are some names that we forgot. Are you familiar with the Sandiford brothers?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, tell us a bit more about them.
Well, I mean, they would have played for Carlton. I mean, they didn't go on to represent Barbados. I mean, you had Victor Sandiford, who was very, very good, as well. And actually, Shamar Brooks, if I'm not mistaken, he's related. I think he's got to call them, as we were saying, Barbados, uncle. But yes, they're from that area. Played a lot of cricket. I remember Victor Sandiford had a mean medium pace, a decent lower batsman for Carlton. Being very good from that Holders Hill area as well.
Yes, the Holders Hill area also produced the likes of a Leroy Leach.
Yes, Leroy Leach, who then went on to play for Maple. And I think a Mapleite who's in the commentary slot pretty soon will let you know about him.
I'm sure that Andy will have a lot to say about it.
Andy Payne. I think he actually played cricket because I would think Leroy Leach would have to be someone, I would think maybe around 80 or so. I mean, I don't know, I'll just double check. But I know he did in fact play cricket when he was well into his 60s. Very, 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 very good cricketer. I don't hear him anymore. I wonder if he's okay. We'll always call the call-in programs. Leroy Leach, LL. Leach, that's not a Barbadian name. We'll just double check and see the origin. Just like Marcus. I think he's got a Guyanese connection. Calvin Marcus. But good to see him playing for UWI. Broad-shouldered and with a bit of pace. He's got 2 slips on the gully. There's also the forward short leg for the little delivery that discomforts the batsman.
There's also the deep square leg as well.
Yep.
So can we expect a short delivery? Well, we now saw one.
Ryan Hines is also from that area as well. The
Yes,
Holders Hill
Ryan
area.
Hines.
Yeah. Former West Indies all-rounder.
Just tucked into the leg side. They'll pick up a single.
I'm sure people will actually call in and let us know pretty soon if there are any that we're missing. Send me a note and tell me what's going on.
Yes, but Calvin Marcus really revving up speed here. That last delivery, 82 miles per hour.
Okay. That's not slow by any stretch of the imagination. It's decent pace.
Well, I'm sure he think he can go faster. From having a chat with him, I think his fastest delivery was about 87 miles per hour that he's recorded. Oh, quick short delivery.
Yes, he's generally a very aggressive bowler as well. Targeting the body of the batsman there with the forward short leg in. So the over comes to an end. 93 for the loss of 4. 39 overs gone.
Bolden, he's really building. 33 from 67 deliveries. And Paris, he's been quiet on the other end. 13 from 67. These two have come together to rebuild this innings for Wildey, bringing them from 61 for 4 at the end of day 1 up to 93 for 4. They're approaching that 100-run mark. Well done to these two. Neymar Bolden still in search of that big score. Actually scored 96 earlier this season versus Spartan, but fell just short of a century. Scored in the 80s versus Wanderers. But he told me he's looking for that century. He wants it. So I'm sure today would be the day. Oh, good delivery from Bishop.
Yeah, this is constant pressure from Bishop. And with the aggressive field with the 2 slips to the silly point, can certainly play on the batsman's patience there.
Just tucked into the leg side. 1 run. The thing about Joshua Bishop that is so admirable is that he always puts the ball in front of the batsman, asking them to play. There's no time to free the hands and just let it go by. Each and every ball requires the batsman to think, and he's just so good at putting that ball bang on target. That's what really creates a good bowler.
You know, with the left-hander now, he's not faced him for a while. Interestingly, there's a slip, there's a leg slip and the forward short leg. So he would generally turn the ball into the left-hander, hence the leg slip.
Shot, and that's over the covers, all the way for 6 runs. What a shot from Neymar Bolden, just freeing up his hands. Good shot.
I think it's been the shot of the match so far. I mean, it was given Samir and he got very close to it. And tremendous timing as well. And that's gone all the way. This is not a small ground like Empire. That was a beauty.
He didn't even look like he overhit it, just timing at its finest. Good shot. 50 runs partnership comes up for these two. Bolden contributing 35. Paris 14. This is good batting. 6 runs followed up by a single. This is good batting here from Neymar Bolden.
Yes, and there was the bowler pitching it full on the leg stump and just helped down towards that long on area for a single.
Yep, and 100 up.
Yep.
For this Wildey side. Good rebuild here from these two.
Of course, we're gonna take a break pretty soon as the dynamic duo of Wayne Holden.
Ooh, well, I'm glad that Andy Payne is actually back here. Andy.
Yeah, good man.
I'm sure that he will tell us how that game with Maple ended yesterday.
Well, I can tell you.
How did it end?
Maple did not win. I didn't say they lost. They didn't win.
So who won?
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, we were all monitoring the game because, of course, I've got an interest in that. St. Catharines is my beloved side. And I understand that there was a protest as well for the Carlton game, and they may get the maximum point. So it looks as if York will be coming back into the elite competition. Of course, that's unconfirmed. But a big victory. They had a big victory against St. Catharines in 2 days. So in their last 2 matches, they've recorded 2-day victories. And I know that they were quite unhappy to be out of the elite competition. So it looks as if our friends from York will be there. Okay, time for a break. Bolden's got 40. Paris's partners on 14. 101 for 4. We can have, as I said, the 2 wonderful gentlemen. Andy Payne is going to be joined by his very good friend, Wayne Holder.
So welcome back. Wayne Holder will join me as Calvin Marcus. He continues. He scores a 101 for 4, so a bit of a rebuild. They resuming at 61 for 4. And this partnership is now worth some 60 runs. Wayne?
Well, 60 is it? It's a score 101. Well done, well built by them. And taking the initiative in this first session, they will decide as they are resuming now with Calvin Marcus, who has replaced Shamar Holder. at this northern end, and Boza delivery outside the all stump. It goes high over the head of the leaping Javid Leacock at backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Full delivery outside the all stump and got good butt on it, timed it well. It traveled in the air. Leacock never really having much of a chance. And 4 good runs to the left-handed Bolden, who has become a bit more adventurous and a bit more expansive in his short play as this innings has gone on.
Yeah, and that's the type of player he is. Like I said, he's one of those players that once he gets himself in, he scores freely. He's not afraid to use his feet, as you saw in the previous over to Bishop. And capitalizing on that bad delivery there from Marcus, full outside the Austin. Like I said, the timing was very good. They get a lot of bat onto it, and the leaping Leacock had no chance really. But like I said, Marcus a bit more aggressive, so I'm trying a couple of short deliveries. But these 2 batsmen been even to the task.
Well, in need of a breakthrough here, UWI. This pair started last Saturday and continued so far today unseparated as Marcus is seeing that one turned into the onside. It goes past the man under the helmet at short leg in the ear, not having a chance of making a catch of it. The ball fielded by Bishop.
You've seen a different line of attack here now, Wayne, to what we saw earlier this morning to Bolden. Now you're seeing some 4 men on the onside, so really asking Marcus to bowl a bit straighter. And you've seen that one, like you said, just tucked into the ear, but in no man's land really, as short leg had no chance, and neither the Bishop at mid wicket, but trying to bowl a bit straighter to the UE side, the tactics.
Was another full delivery outside the off stump. This time though, Marcus is seeing it off the bottom of Bolden's bat. First bounce to Leacock, much easier task of fielding. There is no run, but what we've also noticed too, Andy, is that the bowler Marcus has chosen to go around the wicket to the left-hander. So along with bowling that much straighter, that angle back in to the left-handed batter comes into play. He is bringing Bolden onto the front foot.
You've also seen him receiving a warning there, Wayne, for encroaching the danger area. Calvin Marcus, remember we spoke about that area where there was a lot of concern.
Well, yes, and bowling around the wicket, it will be his task to try to get off the pitch as quickly as possible. Outside the off stump, left alone. Another over completed. Bolden approaching a hard-fought half century. 105 for 4 is the total. Shane Paris, who has been his accomplice, very, very patient, 14, all of 71 balls.
Yes, but more importantly is the partnership that matters. And like I said, Bolden being able to score so freely, he just needed someone to occupy the crease with him and form a partnership. And Shane Paris, he's been the perfect foil, really. Like I said, he's not chancing his hands. He's just offering support to Bolden, rotating the strike every so often. You know, and this is good batsmanship between this pair, just showing the depth that the Wildey side has. See someone like Shane Paris who hasn't been playing, he hasn't been a regular fixture, but being in this 11 in this game, just showing his worth.
Bishop continues this lengthy spell, and Paris is getting on top of a delivery and guiding it down into the second slip fielder there. That's Campbell. So Bishop has toiled away, pushed into the outside. They go for a quick single, easily taken. Great communication once again between the pair.
And that's what they've done so well, ran between the wicket well. I remember saying that this is a feature of this pair, and you can see it there being exploited. Soft hands into the point region, and good response from Bolden, and there is Paris off again. Like I said, good rotation is right.
106 for 4. Bishop, though, Andy. Any thoughts that continuing? Now he's going to come over the wicket to Bolden, the left-hander, and pushes him onto the back foot with a whippy delivery. Ball bouncing up towards the hip. Which again, taking the bottom hand off the bat is both or loosening the grip with the bottom hand at least. Bishop is into it. He's driving. The ball is peeling away off the outer half of the bat. Is going to run out towards a deep backward point. Not enough power in it to get to the boundary. The fielder pulls it back inside the rope, and they come back for another couple of runs. But any thoughts, Andy, of maybe introducing a new bowler from that southern end?
You would like to think that someone like Javid Leacock is going to get a ball sometime soon. You got to try to introduce your leg spinner. Like I said, he's quality. He's a Barbados Pride player. And obviously this pair has been going for quite a while. They've seen a lot of Bishop and trying to get that wicket. You have the bowler to do it.
Well, yes, there's some clever play there by Bolden, though, because we saw with that ball going behind point, Holder being dragged away from cover to a backward point position, and the very next delivery, Bolden is off the back foot and pushing it right into the area where Holder had been removed from that square cover and picking up a single. So Paris back on strike. And coming forward, that one spinning past the outside edge, spinning past the face of the bat into the gloves of wicketkeeper Demetrius Richards. We see the players turning and paying a lot of attention to the pavilion area because we're going to have the first refreshment break of the day, and it has been a period enjoyed by the visiting Wildey side, having resumed at 61 for 4 in the hour and approximately 15 minutes or 10 minutes that we've had so far. They have added another 48 runs, I think, 61 and 109. Yeah, another 48 runs without this pair being separated. And Andy, although we saw some good steady stuff from the UWI bowlers, never really in any danger of being dismissed. No real chances created in that period. And I think kudos go to the not out over week pair.
Yes, the pair they've batted well. That 1 hour and 10 minutes of play. I think when they started bat with some 24 overs, they got up to 24.3 overs. So some 17 and a bit. I think this is good batting between this pair. Like I said, no chances really provided between them. You're just seeing the expansion now of Bolden getting himself well set. Ably supported there by Shane Paris, who looks solid. I mean, he looks the part. He's playing Bishop with ease. He looked very good against the faster men. So this pair, again, the next role really was try to get up to the T interval without any further wickets lost. But like you said, it's that game. It's placed strategically for the Wildey side. Their job is to try to get batting points in this innings. Wildey, they've won the toss, they elected to bat, they find themselves peculiarly placed at 61 for 4, those in their top order. He lost a day and a bit of play. So here it is. It's not a chance of an outright victory. And also because of the table, they don't want to give up first innings points to the UE side, who are pretty close to them in the table. So their job is to try to bat to some batting points and try to get themselves in that comfort position. UE, on the other hand, they will want to dismiss them. They will decide and give themselves a chance of getting those first innings points along with 4 bowling points and try to maximize their points earnings. But here it is. So this is where the battle is. They want to give themselves that chance to have a chance to bat and overtake the score of the Wildey team.
Brilliantly summed up there, Andy. We got the game set up for us because the prospect of scoring enough and then having enough time to get to dismiss the UW's the UWI side is not very much in favor of Wildey. So again, as you said, I'm just repeating you, but in a different way. Maximum batting points would be their goal. One could only see that being the only sensible thing to do would be to look to get maximum batting points as far as Wildey is concerned. And while in the meantime also trying to deny UWI any their bowling points. On the other hand, we came here today at 61 for 4 with the prospect of maybe looking to get through and bowl out the Wildey side, get those maximum bowling points, and then have enough time to overtake whatever Wildey made and also pick up first in his lead. So the game is set up with two teams at different purposes, more or less. And up to this stage, UWI Wildey has been the one closest to their objective.
Yes, very much so. Remember, this coverage is brought to you on compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. It's drinks break just about over. The players are now getting back into the middle. See umpire Sherwin Codrington, he's standing his ground. Yeah, the bowler's in, and it seems to be a bowling change. Win?
Yes, sir, you've called for it. You've called for Leacock, although I was thinking of maybe giving Bishop a break. Although he's been tight, he's been very causing a lot of, he's taken a lot of watching and careful stuff.
Not penetrative.
But having not penetrated, I thought it might, I've been thinking of, as a captain, I'll be thinking to myself, let me try something else from here. You know, sometimes that occasional, but as Ian Brathwaite, for instance, to come in and bowl 2 or 3 overs before I reintroduce my left arm spinner, because he's going to be the wheel, the pin around which my wheel is going to spin if I'm going to get this Wildey team dismissed. But just to give him a break and try something different. But Leacock is going to take up the attack from the northern end, the fast bowlers end, as we have identified it, but with Bishop very much entrenched at the far Ramadan and Valentine end. It's time for us to have a look, for the captain at least, to have a look at his leg spinner. Leg spinner, a very attacking option, and hopefully he can prize out that wicket that they so desperately need.
And they need him, and like I said, Leacock, who's also represented the Barbados Pride at first class level, also in the 50 over Virgin. But here he is for his UE side, and they will need something from him. Start with the big turner, Win.
Pushing the left-hander onto the back foot. And of course, a maple man of sorts.
Oh, yes.
Keep reminding you, Andy, of your...
Yes. We're really breeding ground for these guys. Paris, Leacock.
Off the back foot again, a good spinning into the left hand, and Bolden handles it well though, making some room towards a square leg and getting enough room for his hands to come through the ball. Gets it behind point for a single.
Yeah, just opening the face on it as well. So good connection really. He was in a good position. He says he made a room and just was able to open the face to pick up that single. I'm sure Leacock might be happier here really to get to the right-handed Shane Paris. You want to see the ball spinning away from the right-hander.
He's got some protection in the deep mid-wicket. Also got a straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on. Slip, silly point, backward point, cover, short extra cover, and mid-off. Coming onto the front foot, Paris, and almost going with the tide. Steering it down behind point. So Leacock, short in stature, gives the ball quite a big rip. And again, that gets this one on the leg stump. On the leg stump line, Paris just clips it out to the short mid wicket. Ready again. Short outside the off stump, cut away over the head of the fielder at backward point. The ball not having the legs to carry it all the way to the boundary there, and the batsmen settle for 2.
Yes. Just see Licott getting himself going. Just looking at the speed of Wildey's bowling. Man, just about some 48 miles an hour there. So, just try to get him going. Just try to get some revs on it. Starting a little bit on the slow side.
Yes, in the first over, still trying to find his range as he brings Paris on to the front foot. And not a lot happening in that first over from Javid Leacock, but it take him some time to get into his work. I think the over cost him, some 3 runs, and brings the Wildey total to 112 for 4. Neymar Bolden approaching a half century on 48. Shane Paris on 17. And I think we're going to see that change for which we were calling, Andy, because though we saw Calvin Marcus removed from this northern end for the introduction of Javid Leacock, but it looks as if Marcus has been switched to that far end, and he will now be bowling from the southern Ramadan and Valentine end.
Well, yes, man. I remember he got a warning from Sherwin Codgerton of encroaching the danger area, really. And remember that danger area from this to northern end is where we had all the concerns. Was made it unplayable yesterday. So Captain Kyle Corwin, he's decided to go for his faster man from the southern end, and that saw the introduction of Leacock, but also sees a change from Marcus.
Well, yes, getting away from umpire Cottington too, as he is going to start in from the southern end with his new spell, and brings Bolden onto the front foot, pushes it into the onside, no run. It's also interesting though that with the faster bowler bowling, that area that was of concern that actually prevented any player from starting yesterday is in a much more advantageous area for the faster bowler who is going to be looking to that 6 meter length. Maybe not as effective for the left arm spinner, well, for the spin bowler generally, who would be wanting to bowl that short, would want to be bowling a lot fuller than that real area that has presented the problem. So it's going to be interesting to see if Marcus is going to be able to exploit any assistance whatsoever from that spot. Here he is, and pushing Bolden again on to the back foot, ball gone square, and there is no run.
Yes, and that's something that I thought about as a tactic. It was see if your faster men can hit that area. Like I said, it's between that 4 to 6 meter length. And actually, you saw the first delivery from Marcus. It actually kind of hit the length, and you saw a bit of awkward bounce touch Bolden on the fingers.
Well, yeah. He's got a man on the helmet at forward short leg. He's also brought Shamar Holder into a very short mid-on position, stationary fielder, crouches low, as Marcus is on top of the off stump, guided away past the left of the gully. They go for one, they're going to come back for the second run. The return drags the keeper away from the stance. Bolden gets told to be put to his 50. Well-deserved knock it has been from him.
So 50 off some 83 deliveries, because Bolden can see him batting expertly for his team. Partnership with Paris continues to grow. So good on the young man to raise that half century when he came to the crease. His team is in some trouble. And what a good time, really, to put a total on the board. He will want to carry on to those 3 figures.
2 4s and 1 6 in the innings. Well done to him, Calvin. Neymar Bolden. As this one is beating the outside edge, also taking a second bounce before it reaches the keeper, who has been struck somewhere in the midriff, getting that awkward bounce. The ball not carrying through to keeper Richards, who is being bit disconcerted as his captain, actually, Kyle Corbin.
You just see Marcus, like you said, now, one of the faster men. He's just working his pace up to some 80 miles per hour. So he's just going to spend some time there, Wayne, to see what kind of pace he's bowling at. You know, there's some debate of the season about his pace factor.
Bowling, good ball, good delivery. He's now opted to go over the wicket, back over the wicket. But what I noticed there about that previous delivery, though, Andy, was the fact that it did not carry the bounce. They did not permit for it to come through as normal to wicketkeeper Richards. The ball actually bouncing a second time before it reached him. And I just wonder if that may be the effect of that concerned area that we've been talking about. We'll see some more of that, though. Tucked away behind square, there's a man at the long leg. Comes loping in, does Zion Brathwaite. Single off the final delivery of the new over from Calvin Marcus. Bolden up to 51. Paris has been on 17 for quite a while. Hasn't had a lot of the strike either. Still there, and they total up to 115 for 4.
Yes, like I said, this partnership continues to grow. The pair look very easy. Nothing really troubling them. He said Marcus being reintroduced from the southern end. He's bowling the pace up to some 80 miles per hour, as we said to the viewership a bit earlier. But just can't get the areas that he would want. He can't get them onto the front foot. You've seen Bolden happy enough to play a majority of the balls off the back foot. I think Captain Kyle Corbin would like him to get a bit fuller in that area of concern that you spoke about when it was the uncertainty in that area. But he's just a little bit outside of that length presently.
Well, Bolden, well set now. Growing in confidence as time passes by. It's been there now for about 90 minutes. Today off the back foot, crack behind point, chase for Brathwaite from point. They're going to come back for the second run. Again, given some room outside that off stump, Bolden, and exploiting it.
And that's the trouble for the leg spinner, bowling to the a left-hander. Like once you don't get the length right, and Bolden's got those hands, you can see him just open out his body and being in a good position to play that ball behind point. Again, just opening the face every time Leacock is outside the line.
Well, yes, and Leacock looking to get the ball spinning into the left-hander. As he goes into the sweep, does Bolden, very good exponent of the sweep shot, whether it be conventional or reverse, and picks up another couple of runs.
Yeah, well executed there again. This time the conventional sweep, as you rightfully said, right arm leg spinner spinning into the left-hander, just picking the length from that one, starting outside the off stump and playing the sweep to good effect.
So it's causing some concern here for Captain Corbin as far as his field setting goes, because he's now asking the deep mid-wicket to come behind square. Onto the front foot comes Bolden. Drops it away into the offside.
Yeah, this been a good knot so far from Bolden. Said he's done well enough to get up to 55. But the manner in which he's done it, you saw him that first half an hour just really biding his time. And now he's getting well set.
Off the back foot, punched away, but this time straight to the fielder at backward point. Playing more with a more vertical bat too, rather than looking to cut the ball away, just standing, playing with a straight back and just gliding it off the face. Well pitched delivery from Leacock this time. Well handled. Still not looking to put a lot of pace on the ball there. Leacock, 48 mph. Bolden looks for the sweep, struck on the pad, and he has made the breakthrough. Looking for the sweep shot there was Nimar Bolden, once too often, missing, struck on the pad. Umpire Sherwin Codrington had a slight deliberation before slowly lifting the hand. Well done, Javid Leacock.
Sure.
Just what the doctor ordered for UWI.
Like you said, he's got the knack for picking up wickets. The leg spinner, you know, the leg spinner gets wickets, and Javid Leacock just being introduced into the attack and being able to make the break. You have a look here, Wayne. Like you said, going for the sweep shot, yeah, pretty much inside the line, really impact, and I think that's a good decision there by umpire Sherwin Codrington.
I think
See it from the side on here, and don't think it was a big stride either.
bit more pace in the delivery too, 51 miles per hour this time, and vociferous appeal coming, concerted appeal coming from the wicketkeeper in particular. And my initial thought might have been the height might have been a factor, but seeing it on the slow motion from a different angle, I think that aspect has been eliminated. And I would like to join. I would have to join you in saying it. A good decision by umpire Codrington.
Yeah, like I said, it was for me where the impact was, and I thought that he got it right. Sherwin Codrington, he saw from the side on, he didn't get that stride that he would like. The ball didn't get outside the off stump as he would want as well. So, like you said, also said a bit more pace on that delivery from Leacock. So, good work by the leg spinner. Just picking up a wicket in his second over. So, the introduction of Leacock just coming to the good of the university side.
Yes, getting a wicket in only his second over. Javid Leacock, the leg spinner, and getting rid of the more proactive of the peer, Nimar Bolden. Bolden actually out for 55, leg before wicket off some 92 deliveries, 2 fours and 1 6 in his innings. 72 runs, I think it is, added for that a 5th wicket between Paris and Bolden. And finally, it's taken a long time. It's taken almost more than 90 minutes play today for them to get a first breakthrough. So having tasted some success, the objective of the UWI side still on, only 119. So the score not of any great proportions. They would want to keep the score. I suspect anything under 200 or just above would give the UWI side an opportunity.
Yeah, but like you said, this Wildey side still got some depth. Carlos Miller, the new batter to the crease. Oh, he's no slouch. Wicket-keeper batter, one who can bat. And then, like you said, he's still got the Captain Jones and Currency in the hatch really still to come. But again, this pair now needs to start a new repair job for the team. It's going to be Marcus to continue. He will want to add a second to his tally. Sheehan Paris, a man who's been there for some 78 deliveries. Now here's his chance really win to try to build on that and carry on to get this team up to 200.
You say some batting, but I think that's an understatement. Lots of very strong but lower order for this Wildey team. It has been one of the features of this Wildey side, the last year's champions, and very much in contention again. There's a new over about to begin. Actually, a new over begins from Calvin Marcus. So as you call the names, the Jerome Joneses, the Desmond Currencies, even Tariq O'Neill and Jaden Leacock, all very decent players. In the case of Jones, in particular, dangerous striker of the ball. He can score quickly. Currency can occupy the wicket for long periods. And both O'Neill and Leacock no slouches. So they still have their work cut out, the UWI bowlers. This one is pitched up, driven through the mid-off area. Chase here for Leacock. The sluggish outfield would not allow it to get to the boundary, but they have enough time to come back for a third run.
Yes, just guilty of over-pitching on that occasion as Marcus continues to bowl and that 80 miles per hour range. And we saw this one went at 82. but you saw Paris getting lovely onto the front foot, Wayne, and hitting that one truly cover region for a count for 3. But again, just remind you that that's the strength of Sheehan Paris.
Yeah.
Once you're giving him that volley, I'm sure he's going to score all day.
Oh yes, that's when he's happiest, playing that ball into the offside. Remember seeing Shane Paris at Maple, a very strong player of the ball through that offside I was mentioning to you.
Cover and cover point.
Cover and cover point, both front and back foot. So Marcus gets an opportunity to bowl at the new batter, Carlos Maynard. Bowls a short delivery, tucked down at his toes, picked up at the forward short leg area.
Yeah, Maynard as well, yet another left-hand batter. So, again, Marcus just getting that one into the short area, into the rib cage.
Yes, I just was saying to the hip rib cage area. He's got a man at long leg. He's got a forward square leg just to the right of the umpire. There's the forward short leg, well, the short square leg. And then Shamar Holder in that position at a short mid-wicket. As he's driving outside the off stump. I think I'm driving a bit slightly late there, Maynard. The ball coming in between the inside edge of the bat and the pad through to the keeper.
Yeah, a little bit loose on that occasion. He's new to the crease. Not get the feet going as yet. So, just need to have a look. We'll be mindful of those big expansive drives so early in the innings.
81 miles per hour from Marcus. Area row, 81 miles per hour is approximately like the early 130s game. He is again just back of a length. And Maynard getting on top of it, guiding it into the gully. There is no runs. So this is a ball now some 46 overs old. And Marcus maintaining general speed of around the 80, 81, 82 miles per hour range. Right arm over the wicket, and it gets this one outside of the off stump, keeping quite low again. So this is, like I said, slightly two-pace nature of the track. I notice that those deliveries that have been keeping low though are deliveries pitched outside of the left-handers off stump. So not a dangerous area so far. For the inconsistency in bounce, but Marcus brings the over to an end. Maynard yet to get off the mark, so maintaining that speed of generally around a 130. We saw him go up to 83 miles per hour with that last delivery. Generally around the 130, 131, 132 kilometers per hour kph. When we do the conversion. And the pain, very much one of those youngsters who would have been trained in the metric area. I actually had my introduction to school and maths when we were still in the imperial system.
Yes, we had metric.
So I've had to make the conversion myself. As this delivery struck on the pad. A leg by umpire Codrington signals now.
Yes, Leacock, like you said, they wore the spin balls across the bat from the right hander, just started a bit too straight on the occasion. And Paris negotiated well. What I like about Paris so far this morning into the afternoon is how he's keeping that shape of the bat. He's not trying to turn it into mid-wicket, so he's just keeping the straight face. Especially saw quite a few deliveries from Bishop that would have asked for that, and he just continued to present the full face of the bat.
We're generally keeping the ball right, tucked very close to the pad, the bat very closely tucked to the pad and to the body, not playing away from the body, as Maynard having to lunge onto the front foot and push this one up towards extra cover for no run. So we're going to see now for the new batter, the attacking fielder introduced once again under the at forward short leg. So you've got a slip of leg, slip under forward short leg once again for Leacock bowling to the recently arriving Carlos Maynard. And there's also going to be the fielder at a backward square, slightly probably heading towards that 45-degree angle, and a deep forward square as driving is Maynard up to mid office to the left of holder, and the Marcus having to come around from mid on. They're going to come back for the third run. Yes, there are slight misplay there between holder and Marcus. Marcus picking it, looking to relay the ball to holder, but they think they got the angles all wrong. Everything mixed up,
Yes,
and allowing for that third run.
breakdown communication. But a lovely shot there from Miller. Remember, they said it's the leg spinner, bring the ball back into the left-hander, and he got in a good position, head over it, and get that one past mid-off. We continue to speak about the nature of the outfield here at 3W's Oval. Always a bit on the slow side.
Well, this has always been the factor here, and now with all the rain that we've been having around, that will even compound it even further.
That's the delivery he wants to be more consistent to the right-hander.
Leacock, a bit buoyant with the success of the previous over, getting rid of Nimar Bolden. And Paris just covering his wicket and dropping it into the onside.
Again, you saw him just presenting that full face there. We're not inclined to go to turn the back face at all. So this is really good batting here by Paris.
What's your perception of the purchase that the spinners have gotten from this track, Andy?
Well, as you see, if you look down there again, you saw continues to bowl around the 48 miles per hour. Javid Leacock is the one that got a bit quicker, the one that got up to 51 miles per hour that dismissed bowling. So if you change, I think he needs to just get a little bit more pace onto those deliveries. Seems to be spinning, but spinning a bit on the slower side and bowling a bit slower as well. So he just needs to probably generate a bit more revs onto those deliveries.
So the verdict is that the pitch, there is some purchase there is some spin, but it is slow spin.
That's correct.
Yeah, so we will have a new pair taking on from this the end, the commentary box end.
Well, we've got on our one wicket. Let's see what Andrew Mason and Rashawn Hackett can get. But I'm sure from the Wildey front, they would like them not to get a wicket and for this pair to build a partnership and lead them into further position of safety.
Continue. Loose drive coming from the bat of Carlos Maynard. So finally success for UWI with Nimar Bolden playing a naughty shot playing across it, and it was like before. I think he was disappointed because of the shot he played. So 81 mph. Of course, we're talking about Marcus. I think last time he was on, he was up to 82. I'll be quite keen to see the speed for Leacock. Oh, Andy Payne says 48. I think that's more like 28. Here's Marcus, who's a lovely run up, elbows pumping. Hello to Rashawn Hackett. You've seen a lot of Carlos Maynard, have you?
Hello to you, Andrew. Yes, I've seen a lot of Carlos Maynard this season and last season. Good batsman he is. Very compact in his approach to batting. He looks very technical. He's one who knows how to rotate the strike. He's one who knows how to put away the bad balls. So I'm eager to see how he shapes up here in this innings today. I'm sure his side would love to see him get a score under his belt. Get them up to 200 runs, secure the first set of batting points for this Wildey side, and go from there. Marcus, he'll have other plans in mind. Down the leg side, flicked away. Fielder Braffett does well. Just one run.
Lots of stuff in terms of cricket played around the world. The Women's T20 World Cup final, Australia coasting really. They require 36 from 44 balls now, 115 for 1 in pursuit of England's modest 150 for 4. So one would think Australia should win that comfortably. And the West Indies have lost a couple of wickets. They won 46 for 4 now, losing 2 wickets since the break.
Banged into the wicket. Paris does well to get on top of the bounce though.
Well, in fact, Campbell 72, Brandon King 17, Hodge gone for 31 from 139 balls. And Amir Jangu, the man who made a double century in the last test, gone for 9. So Hope has come to the crease. And Justin Graves there are really far behind by 403 runs. So it's a matter of the West Indies batting. This is the third day. They got a lot of work to do, the West Indies. The first target was to try and save the follow-on.
That's a good delivery there from Marcus.
Yeah, Paris has been very watchful, very vigilant, very studious. He's faced as many as 86 balls for his 20. Marcus bowling just around 80, 82, which is not bad. Of course, there's also Wimbledon with Swiatek, the defending champions, knocked out yesterday. Sabalenka under pressure against Osaka.
Oh, loud appeal, and umpire gives him. Marcus picks up the wicket of Paris, so he has to go back to the pavilion. 20 from 86 deliveries, a thin on the edge, and keeper Richards does the rest. Good bowling here from Calvin Marcus. Let's have a look back at it. Marcus just runs in, smooth run up, bangs it into the wicket. He pulls at it on the edge, and immediately the UWI side know that they have their man.
Yeah, I think he expected a bit more bounce there, as you said, on the edge. Dropping as it got to the keeper, but he scooped it before it touched the ground, and I think the appeal was immediate from the keeper from that angle. Yeah, we knew he'd touched it, and the batsman, I think, more in disappointment, stayed around for a bit. Thought he should have put away a short ball, but instead, Paris loses his wicket. And his side, the defending champions, are under pressure. They won 27 for 6 now, losing 2 wickets today.
Well, this is really just good bowling here from this UWI side. Calvin Marcus really revving up the pace. 2 wickets for 28 runs in his 11 overs. He's done well this morning so far. And Javed Leacock. Just a few overs he's bowled, but he's picked up that prize wicket of Neymar Bolden. So good stuff here from the UWI side. 127 for 6. Wildey. They need a partnership. And they need to get up to 200 if they are to secure batting points in this innings. New batsman to the crease is skipper Jerome Jones. Leacock, ball in hand.
Yeah, Jerome Jones is a strong left-handed batsman. Former West Indies under-19 cricket as well.
Well, he's a left-handed bowler, but he bats right-handed actually. He's ambidextrous.
Yep. He's going to get his first ball from Leacock.
Oh, loud appeal.
Was there some baton to that? Judging from the reaction of the keeper and the fielder who moved from slip to try to catch it as it lobbed off, something went down to backward point, and you just get the feeling that there was an inside edge on that, beautifully bowled by Leacock. Turn and bounce.
Well, Leacock is really extracting turn from this wicket. Leg slip in place. There's that fielder behind square. Short mid wicket.
I think they need to get the forward short leg in though, because the leg spinner is going to turn the ball into him. And just that pressure of someone wrong. Yes, there's a leg slip. Yes, there's a slip, but you just need to get that. I think they're going to make the adjustment now. Yes, somebody heard me. Because you really would have to get the forward short leg in, the leg spinner. Lots of bounce, lots of turn should present a problem or two. So the forward short leg is in. So there's a slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg.
Oh, that delivery beats everyone. They'll pick up some buys. 1 run, they come back for the second. They get there.
Yeah, Carlos Maynard is having a difficulty here against the leg spin of Javid Leacock. Clearly not reading him. Pitch which has offered something to the spinners. So Bishop getting the ball to not a lot of turn, but certainly bounce. And Leacock, the same thing for him.
Big drive back to Leacock though. Leacock, he's really putting a lot of flight on these deliveries. And I think it's very, very good from him. It's always good to see a leg spinner putting the ball in the air, creating that uncertainty in the batter's mind. Just 49 miles per hour. Just causing them to think, look up in the sky, flatter now. That's good bowling.
Yeah, Maynard is not settled at all. I think the UWI should exert even more pressure on him. Let's put that silly point in forward shot again.
Turned into the leg side. No run. 49 overs completed. 129 for 6. Calvin Marcus continues after a successful last over. Jerome Jones faces his first delivery. Sharp ball and he's hit him. Sharp delivery there from Calvin Marcus. Just rattles Jones on his very first delivery. That delivery 84 miles per hour. So Marcus creeping up in pace.
Of course, there's also World Cup football on. And the latest news is that Balogun available versus Belgium after FIFA suspends red card ban. Wow. So that's a lifeline for the young man. And Australia cruising to victory. They require 22 from 36 balls against England. They won 29 for 2. But Caesars are hoping that hope can steady the rocking ship.
Full delivery driven by Jones. No run.
So just to let you know that Justin Graves, the Barbadian pair at the crease, Justin Graves is on 7. Shearup has got 8. And it's 155 for 4 now. But so much work to do as far as the West Indies is concerned. Remember, Sri Lanka made a whopping 549 for 9 declared.
That one is turned into the leg side. Just 1 run. There's that fine leg fielder, Braffett down there. So Jones, he's off the mark.
Yeah, but it was a good delivery. One that cut back sharply. And it came from the inside edge onto his pad. The bowler thought he'd breached the defence and maybe bowl him leg stump. It was a deliberate ploy to bowl the in-swinger to him. And he played it down to that fine leg area, as you said, but in some discomfort. Good bowling by Marcus.
I've been very impressed with Marcus so far. 11.3 overs. He's bowled 2 wickets for 29 runs. Very economical. And he's been bang on target, constantly asking the batsman to play. And what he's done so well is that he's not been afraid to use his short ball whatsoever. Just a few deliveries ago, he hit Jerome Jones.
Yeah, deliberate attempt to pitch the ball up, bringing the batsman onto the front foot. But I rather suspect that he will maybe look to bowl him a short one. We'll see how that plays out. Marcus likes to be aggressive. Maybe just trying to set the batsman up here with a full one, then followed by the short one. We shall see.
Another full delivery. Flicked off the pads. Just 1 run. Good strike rotation here from these two.
So not the 1-2 combination that he might have considered. He bowled 2 pitched up deliveries looking to york the batsman. He's now got a different batsman to contend with, Jerome Jones.
Still a very attacking feel here from Marcus. 2 slips in place. That gully point fielder. Now see Javid Leacock. He's doing a bit of shuffling, going into the backward point. Jay Clark, he's at cover. No extra cover. Mid-off in place. Mid-on. Short mid-wicket. Fine leg. Let's see how he bowls. Full. Oh, that is rapid. That was a very quick delivery. Jones was late on it. 83 miles per hour. 50 overs completed. 131 for 6.
And of course, the ball is faster through the air than off the pitch. The great Sandy Roberts would always tell you that. And you could see that there was an attempt in that over from Marcus to york the batsman. He bowled 3 consecutive balls right up. Good bowling by Marcus.
Lots of changes in the field going on for this UWI side. I've been very impressed with their aggressive field setting so far for the morning. One slip in place now. There's that man at short leg. Backward square. 2 mid wickets in place. One a bit straighter, one a bit wider. That's a good ball. That's a good ball. So the intentions are quite clear here. 6 men in the offside. And just the 3. 6 men in the leg side, sorry. And just the 3 in the offside. Want to be straighter. So that's going against the plan. Driven away. Holder gives chase. They pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, you better than the full. And with a leg side bias, plenty of real estate on the offside. And he found that gap between mid-off and extra cover. They need a 4 because of the heavy outfield, but it was a stroke that was very well placed.
That's a much better delivery. He'd want to pitch it just about on or outside line of the off stump. Get it to turn sharply back into the batsman. Driven. And it pierces the gap. They pick up 1. Scamper back for the second. Good running. Oh, there's an overthrow. But skipper Kel Corbin does well. So 2 runs here. Turned into the leg side. Fielder does well. 1 run.
You got a past leg slip in the air there, with the leg spinner turning the ball into the left-hander.
I don't think that Leacock would be too worried about that shot. In fact, with the leg slip in place, with the short leg in place, you wouldn't mind seeing a batsman flicking the ball into the leg side. He didn't look like he was in full control of it, so Leacock, I don't think he'd mind that too much. What a beautiful day it is for some cricket here at the 3Ws Oval, though.
Yeah, beautiful day. Some rain this morning, just a little bit, just before the start of play, but it's turned out to be a wonderful day. On Friday we were on a flood watch, and we did get some rain. We got a bit yesterday, but the problem that we didn't have any cricket yesterday was there was some seepage. Don't know if there were leaky covers or what, but it was a major disappointment that we weren't able to get any cricket at all on the second day of this very important match. But what we've had, 136 for 6 in 51 overs. Top score of 55 from Neymar Bolden.
And there's a change in bowler. Shamar Holder, he comes back into the attack. Comes in from that Ramadan and Valentine end. One wicket for 24 runs in his 13 overs so far, Shamar Holder.
So Australia now, 10 runs away from, make 11 runs away from victory with 8 wickets in hand, 25 balls. We'd expect them to win that comfortably. And the West Indies are up to 164 for 4. So the deficit is under 400. With Graves on 10 and Hope has got 9.
Well, Well, those two are very capable batsmen that I'm sure the West Indies would know they can rely on to rebuild an innings. Whenever Shea Hope is at the crease, there's hope for the West Indies. Oh, good delivery. Angling into the body of Maynard.
And also, Wimbledon is on. Sabalenka, the number 1 player in the world, is playing against the number 14 player, Naomi Osaka. And she actually won the first set, Osaka 6-2. We're into the second, very tight. 3-all. Sabalenka's 40-15, looking to take it to 4-3. So that could be interesting. Benchers will play against Goff after that. So lots of sports in the world.
Oh, beaten. A moral victory here for Shamar Holder.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant piece of bowling by Holder. Now that cloud of uncertainty pitched up the batsman had to play at that. And the only thing wrong from the bowler's viewpoint there was that there was no edge, but it was a fantastic outswinger bowled by Shamar Holder, who looks good. He's had his challenges with injuries.
Yes, he's looked good all morning, and it's good to see him back out on the park, fit and healthy. As you mentioned, yes, he's had his challenge with injuries, but he looks good. Looks good to go. Another good delivery, just hitting that good length. Not too full, not too short.
And the thing about that, Richard, was that he actually brought the ball back in to the left hand. The ball before left him, and there was a deliberate attempt to get the ball to come back at him, and he did. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does here. Is he going to go for the outswinger? Or maybe try to just... Well, let's try to work you out, you know. Let's see what he does here. Here's Holder. Ball into Maynard.
Full delivery driven. They pick up 2 runs. Fielder does well.
I think he would have been disappointed with the length. It was too full. The mid-off is wide, so once it's gone past him, always going to be runs there.
Just a tad bit too full. He'd want to be hitting that hard length. But given the fact that the 2 slips and the gully are still in place, you could assume that he'd be trying to induce the edge still at this point of the game.
Yep, yeah, that's a fair point.
As you know, mentioned, the ball's still getting a bit of movement. So if he can just find that good length delivery, moving away from the left-hander, slips very much could be in business. Inside edge. They scamper a quick single. Brathwaite. They get there safely in the end, bringing another over to an end. 52 then, 139 for 6.
Yeah, an over of some probe in that the bowler produced a lovely outswinger that beat the batsman. Then he went for 3 consecutive in-swingers to the left-hander. But overall, it was a pretty good over by Shamar Holder, who would want to catch the eyes of the selectors again, having gone to New Zealand, played a test match, got injured, and then lost his place in the Barbados team. And he had challenges with injuries, but seems to be fit now. And maybe not as sharp as he was before, as you would expect, but still bowling a good clip. And with hard work, you never know he can get back there. Leacock, who also lost his place in the Barbados team, but for a different reason, continues to bowl to Jones.
Well, speaking of the national players in this UE side, it goes to show the depth of the players in this side. They have a very stacked lineup. The likes of Kyle Corbin, who would have represented at the first class level. Joshua Bishop, first class player as well. Jonathan Carter, former West Indies international. They have those who have had the experience, and they're also the ones who are now coming into the setup. The likes of Zion Brathwaite, who I'm sure will get there very soon. Calvin Marcus, also with a bit of first class experience. Kel Jordan, young Barbados youth player. So lots of talent here from this UWI side. Driven. Just the 1 run. This is the matchup that I want to see though. Jerome Jones versus Javid Leacock, because Leacock, he's bowling very slow. He's flighting the deliveries. And anyone who knows Jerome Jones knows that he likes to get bat on ball. He's the aggressive, no-nonsense batsman. So I'm keen to see how this matchup shapes up. Plus, it's a leg spinner versus the right-hander. Always a good battle. First delivery. It's forward. Just keeps it out.
Yeah, you're right about that assessment. Jones loves to hit the ball.
And when he hits it, it stays hit. Very strong man he is.
Long on and mid-off, very deep here. There's that temptation, given lots of air. The ball from the bottom of the bat.
Well, interestingly, long off is actually not all the way on the boundary. He's not in the circle, but
No.
he's just 3/4, as we would call it. So will Jones be tempted to go over that region?
There's also the short extra cover as well.
Oh, he swept at that one. They'll pick up some buys. They settle for the 1. What really should have been 2, but Jones was a bit slow on the first run. Leg buys is signaled by umpire Codrington. 53 overs completed. 141 for 6. Neymar Bowden being the top scorer so far. 55 runs. Zachary McCaskey, he got up to 20. Shane Paris, he got up to 20 as well. And now Carlos Maynard, he's on 14. So only 1 batsman to surpass a half century so far. The pick of the bowlers for this UWI side. Calvin Marcus, he's picked up 2 wickets, along with Joshua Bishop. And Javid Leacock and Shamar Holder, 1 apiece. Who would you say is on top of this battle at this current moment?
Well, 141 for 6. You would think that the home side with Wildey, that score, the advantage would be the bowling team, and that's UWI. They've picked up the bowling points, and Wildey yet to get a batting point. So they're 49 runs away from that.
Well, we've made a switch over to the Louis Linton Sports Complex, where the Spartan side are going up against Wanderers. Spartan 70 for 3, following on, trailing by 113 runs still. A bit more in that game a bit later, but we're back here at the 3Ws Oval. Shamar Holder steams into Jerome Jones. Down the leg side. Keeper does well. That's Demario Richards.
Yeah, Spartan up against Wanderers side with Tevin Imlach making 132 and Craig Bathurst 94. So the runs are there for Wanderers, and Spartan in second position now, I believe.
Spartan, yes, second position coming into this series.
They got some work to do. Wanderers would love to win, no question about that.
Well, I'm sure that all of the teams in this competition would love to win. That's the intention, as long as they step on the field. Just pushed to mid-off. Quick single. Good running here from Jerome Jones.
Yeah, they feel about mid-off was caught on his back foot there, as they would say. I think he was surprised, Leacock, they were going to go for the run. The ball was played firmly down to mid-off. And good calling by this striker was his call, and they got the run comfortably. So as we head towards the break, of course that break comes at 2:30. It's a situation where we'll do 142 for 6. They won the toss and opted to bat.
Just left alone outside the line of the off stump. Good delivery from Shamar Holder. Just want to bring it a tad bit closer. He's having a look now. That ball just 78 miles per hour, so Holder not working up the pace of Calvin Marcus.
So it's Wimbledon very tight. Osaka against Sabalenka. Second set 5-all. That was at 75 miles per hour, that last delivery. So pace is down. Remember, Osaka won the first set 6-2. And in terms of cricket, that you know that Australia, they've won. So congratulations to Australia for winning the T20 World Cup. 153 for 3. They won by 7 wickets and as many as 17 balls to spare. So a big victory for Australia.
Commanding victory indeed, and congrats to the Australia women. The Women's T20 World Cup goes back to Australia. This is a good battle building here at the 3Ws Oval though. Shamar Holder, bang on target. And with that, the players make their way to the pavilion for he got up to 20 runs. Demetrius Rayu versus Windward game taking place in St. Philip. Seth Smith and DeMarco Wiggins. These two are building a nice partnership. Seth Smith on 29, Wiggins 40. As the BCA Youth are 87 for 1 in 13 overs. So good scoring rate here from the BCA Youth side, trailing by 73 runs still.
Yeah, I want to talk about Seth Smith because I like him from the time I saw him playing under 19 cricket. And I actually think that, it may be a bold prediction. I think he could go on to play for Barbados sometime pretty soon. He's a very good keeper and a wonderful batsman to see. Beautiful use of the feet, good time with the ball.
Certainly, very good player indeed.
And of course, DeMarco Wiggins, heavy set left-hander from the Law School.
Yes, from the Law School.
St. Philip man like myself. And hits the ball pretty hard. But he's a big man. You would think that with that size, he should be able to hit the ball out of Barbados. He's a very powerfully built man. Kamari Griffith, tall off spinner. Look at that action. Hop, skip, and the jump. Here we go.
Now, not only is he an off spinner, Kamari Griffith, he's an all-rounder. Actually getting a half century in this game. 64 from 90 deliveries.
Decent cricketer.
Decent cricketer. Very decent cricketer. So far in this game, though, between the BCA Youth and Windward.
All of a sudden, the rain is here with us.
Well, that was abrupt. Just moments ago.
So we're the Spartan game now. Gibson 10 and Marathon Ben 15. It's 78 for 3. Let me remind you that Spartan are in trouble. And Craig Bathurst is bowling some uncomplicated stuff. Trailing by 105 now. So these two would have to try to get Spartan out of this. If they are successful, they'll be quite happy.
Well, the Rains have joined us here at the 3Ws Oval.
Came from nowhere.
Out of nowhere, just moments ago.
Wow.
We had bright sunshine, and we thought that it was a lovely day for cricket, but conditions have changed. A bit overcast now as the UWI players run for the covers.
Yeah, there's a forecast for a bit of rain in the evening. They call them scattered showers. And, yeah, we've had one. Not lasting as long as the Bajan snow cone because I think I think the cover is on, but very light drizzle now. But if you look towards the Central Bank area, the cloud cover is heavy. 1 or 2 grayish clouds as well. So we may get a drop or 2 of rain. Of course, it's that time of the year. After all the heat that we've had in the last 3-4 weeks, we've had quite a bit of rain. The outfields are pretty lush and green. And 142 for 6 really is the kind of score that the team would not be happy with. But, this is an important game here with Gibson on 14 and Marden Ben on 15. Fusion Boutique Spartan, they're in trouble. 82 for 3.
Yes, 82 for 3. Follow on in force. Craig Braffett, ball in hand.
Yep.
Bowling his off spin.
I wonder why is he bowling though, Craig Braffett?
Well, believe it or not, but he's actually quite a bowler for this Wanderers side. Whenever he's in the island, he normally starts with the new ball in the limited overs.
And of course, he's got a 6-wicket haul at test level. And actually, last year when there were games in Barbados, he actually broke a couple of partnerships. So he's that kind of a guy. He will tempt you and make you a victim of your own indiscretion. We've seen that happen so many times. Craig Brathwaite, high act. Let's have a look at Craig Brathwaite. Here we go. He tends to bowl round the wicket, Craig Brathwaite. Here we go. Yeah. Too short, however. But generally gives the ball a generous flight, Craig Brathwaite. And underrated off spin as well. The modern day off spinner, they tend to bowl round the wicket. But an important partnership for 30 for these two.
Well, we've gone back over to Beckles Road. We're Pickwick going up against the YMPC side. YMPC leading by 88 runs. Sondre Baptiste, QC boy, ball in hand, 1 for 9 in his second over, and at the crease, Renako Belrive and Edwin Currency Barnett.
One of your favorite cricketers, Edwin Currency Barnett. You spoke about him yesterday.
Well, yeah, I love the way that he approaches his batting, and I actually would have played quite a bit of cricket with him playing for the BCA youth team, so I opened in a good couple of games for him.
Big, strong guy.
Big, strong guy. That's what I was...
Triple century when he was a 15-year-old, I think.
Yes, in the schools division.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's what I was about to get to. Edwin, I love batting with him because he just takes all of the pressure off. I would never forget in some of the games we played together. I would just say that the non-strikers, and, well, he just demolished the bowling attack. There was a game where we were chasing 130 runs, and he ended up finishing on 70 not out. And I was just there on like 20 not out because he just...
And that was against which team?
This was on the 16 competition.
16.
So we played for Wanderers as well together.
Okay.
And he just... That was against Carlton, I believe. No, Empire.
So why did you choose the Wanderers program? Any particular reason for that?
I chose the Wanderers program because
There's so many around. Spartan, they've got one. I mean... Why did you choose Wanderers?
Well, I love the setup and the professionalism of the Wanderers program. So when you go there, it's a club where everyone is serious. So there's a lot of international experience. There's a lot of Barbados experience, regional experience, and you always learn something from those guys. So Craig Brathwaite, he's one you can learn from. He always came back to the club, offered his experience as not just a player, but he also did a bit of coaching with the youth program. Many don't know that actually, but Craig, when he's not representing the West Indies, he actually does some coaching at the Wanderers program.
So wonderful.
Yes, he does.
Good man. Very good man.
Very good man. So I just love the fact that there was that professional setup and the facilities at the Wanderers Club. Fantastic. The groundsman, he does a fantastic job along with Coach Ricky Clark. Those two make sure that the conditions are supreme. They're about 3 wickets the last time I recalled at the Wanderers Club. So while the older guys were practicing, the youngsters still had some place to practice.
Did you ever get a chance to interact with Jason Holder?
I did not actually. He was one of the guys who I have never seen around the club. But we know Jason Holder's schedule very, very busy.
Have you ever spoken to him?
Jason Holder?
Yeah.
I have not.
Okay.
I have not spoken to Jason Holder.
I'm going to arrange
Well, you should. I would love that. I would love that indeed. But he's a very busy guy, always representing on the international stage. So I've not had a...
I think he's in California now, is he? I think he's playing some cricket. He was actually on my show, Mason and Guest, last week, and I had a wonderful interview. I'll actually send you the interview. I actually edited it, and it was beautiful, beautiful interview. Always good listening to him.
Well, I'm sure he'd be in the island when the CPL comes around, so hopefully I get to meet him then. But we're back here live at the UWI ground. Javid Leacock, He starts back after the lunch break, after the water break, my apologies. 142 for 6 in the 55th over. Jerome Jones, he's there on 2. Carlos Maynard on 14.
And he won't be playing for the Barbados franchise. Of course, he left us.
Jason?
Yeah, I actually was about to ask him why he left, but time just ran out.
Well, I don't think that those decisions are entirely down to the players. At the end of the day, you're dealing with franchises, and whoever bids the most for you, they end up with you.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's very true. But serving the Barbados Royals, there's going to be the Tridents. Beautiful player, wonderful personality. The CPL just around the corner. The final set for, I think, September the 20th, if my memory serves me right.
Right here in Barbados.
Right in Barbados. The women are also going to be playing in Barbados as well. The West Indies women knocked out at the World Cup. Not a bad game. As we said, Australia are the champions comfortably. You can't make 150 against Australia. The thing about women's cricket is that there was a time, just like men's cricket, there was a time when you made 110, you could defend 110. But nowadays, things have gone up so nicely that women are now getting 140, 150, some even 160. And I remember when people like Sandy Roberts played cricket. In fact, in 1975, the World Cup, they were in 60 overs. Even at that stage, once you got over 200, you felt you've got a score to defend. And now there's some teams that lose making over 300 in ODI cricket.
Well, the women's game is developing really nicely. Loud appeal. Oh.
Yeah, was there some inside edge under that? Dropped in front of Kyle Corbin at slip, diving forward. But beautifully bowled. You were making the point
Yes,
about
I was saying
cricket.
that the women's game is developing really nicely. Once upon a time, persons used to look down on the women's game and say it's not as good as the men. But if you watch the women's cricket now, they very much can say that they're up there. The women quality cricket when you watch them. So you made a good point. Those women go out there, they play their hearts out. And 150 what would have been enough at once upon a time. It's simply not enough now because the women are good. They're playing proper cricket, proper batsmen, proper bowlers. So the women's game is developing really nicely. I think women's sports on a whole is developing nicely. I don't know if you heard the other day, but the Prime Minister announced that there will be a Women's Prime Minister's Cup and the prize pool will be $100,000 for the winner.
Say that again?
The Prime Minister announced that the Prime Minister's
This is, of
Cup...
course, it's Auntie Mia you're talking about?
Yes, Auntie Mia.
Okay.
Yes, that the Prime Minister's Cup competition, which was only for men in the last 2 years, they will now introduce a women's competition where the prize pool is $100,000. Not the prize pool, the winning prize will be $100,000 for the winner. So, women's sports in Barbados and the Caribbean is developing very, very nicely.
Okay. Well, let's hope that the women come out and play. We're going to leave you now because these two gentlemen are going to take up the break. Just before I go, Osaka, she just beat Sabalanka. She beat Sabalanka in 2 sets, so another big snapper's gone, caught. Of course, Swiatek lost yesterday to the pride and joy of the Philippines. Ella, just have to double check on Djokovic. I know he was up. He was up 2 sets to 1. We'll just double check on that. But always good to keep our viewers updated. Rashawn, are you a big tennis man?
I'm not a big tennis man. I would just follow along with the winners. I would know who wins the big competitions, but I don't get into the nitty and gritty of it.
Okay, we're gonna just do this quick over and leave you. Djokovic did in fact win in 4 sets, and but interesting. Next up is Coco Gauff. Beautifully bowled indeed by Bishop, who's back, and that ball just outside the off to be nibbled at that, very close to the edge. She's going to play against Bencic. So Coco Gauff looking to get into the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. She's been up and down. Won the French Open last year. She's got 2 titles. Would have won the US Open 2 or 3 years ago. But Sabalenka out Swiatek, the defending champion, out as well. Wow. But of course, Naomi Osaka, she's got 4 Grand Slams. And of course, the pride and joy in terms of her attire. Do you see those wonderful outfits that she's got? Don't think that Rashan sees them, but she's
Well,
Japanese.
tell me about them.
I wouldn't. I'll tell you off here. Now that's a bit short and just stayed away square in the offside. So Jones has got some work to do here. Got 3 from 40. He generally likes to get on with things, but the ball has been rather tight.
Well, I don't think it's too long before we see Jerome Jones having a go. Not very often that we see him just being so watchful.
Yeah, very vigilant, very studious. As it heads towards the break at luncheon interval. Is it lunch or early tea? Is it tea? Tea, I think, 2:30. In cricket 30 it's tea, yeah. Although it's a bit early, but, suppose we have our tea anytime. Yes, tea, but they serve lunch. Of course, we're looking forward to Honor Williams providing some wonderful lunch for the commentators. Had some spaghetti yesterday, quite nice.
Ooh, having a flash at it. And with that, 56 overs completed, 143 for 6. And with that over ending, our stint will come to an end as well, and we welcome back Andy Payne and Wayne Holder.
So welcome back, Wayne Holder. We're back to our session just before the tea break.
The tea break or luncheon interval, whichever you choose to call it.
Andrew and Rashawn were discussing here. You see a ball from Lee Cott spinning back into the left-handed Maynard. Just struck him in the pad, but going past the leg stop. He's got a short leg and a man at leg gully just waiting for that. But Lee Cott now into an extended spell. We're in 1 for 17. He's into his 8th over. Good to see the leg spinner getting some overs under his belt. Passes the umpire. This time a full delivery driven up to Zion Braffett there in the cover region and can't score. But Lee Cott, he's been doing a good job. He's been economical. Obviously the conditions are suited for his style. Still continues to bowl around that 48 miles per hour pace. He's been doing that consistently. Great.
He has taken a lot of watching. The batters have had to be very careful with him. He's producing some good deliveries. And has been rather consistent in his lengths and lines.
Yeah, picking up a quick single on that occasion, bearing his man forward. See Hans Campbell coming in from square leg, but can't prevent the single as it overcomes to, and then another, actually it turns over the strike as Jerome Jones, he comes into the picture. A single to Maynard. He's on 15 from 42. Jones 3 from 17. Very circumspect. Heard that Jones is one who really can get after the bowling, but he's been watchful for his team. Like he said, he wanted to get to that tea interval without losing another wicket. Lee Cott again on the back foot this time as Jones and punched that one into cover and no run.
Well, yes, you can see a team playing to a plan here. They will decide. They recognize that they have more to lose in this situation than the opposition, and not wanting to concede a first innings lead, so they will.
This time he goes for the big hit and gets all of it, and that goes the distance, really, maximum to Jerome Jones. Flighted delivery, getting to the pitch of that one and extended the levers and picking up a maximum, his first maximum 6 to the good of the captain, and really pressing on here, Ian.
Well, just as we were saying, how cautious he had been up to this stage, there you see him getting one pitched right up into the slot and going straight. That's the important thing here with the leg spinner looking to spin the ball away from him, getting in that big stride and getting to the pitch of it, and importantly hitting straight. There is a long off, there is a long on, but they never had a chance. The ball going straight into the side screen.
Well, this is the Jerome Jones that we've came accustomed to knowing. He's the one who can really pack a powerful punch, and felt that one there was Javid Leacock. Just flighting it over pitch, really. And like Wayne said, striking it with a straight bat. Powerful strike of a ball, and really to good effect. So 150 comes up, 150 for 6. And they're really fighting a battle here, the Wildey side.
Jerome Jones, an imposing figure. Physically, big man. Both left arm, used to be a left arm quick, now bowling left arm slow. But bats right-handed. But and you know, I've always made the point. Jerome Jones bats right-handed, but he looks like a left-hander. When you look at him at the wicket before he settles down to bat, you would always be led to believe that he is a left-handed batter. There's something about him that said all left-handedness.
He probably does most things left-handed. Bishop, who is very much left-handed as well, with the ball, bats right-handed.
Bats right-handed also.
He continues from that. Ramadan and Valentine in. Here he is. Brings Maynard forward. Campbell from slip, running around to his left.
Things have gotten to that point where UWI need wickets. They need them quickly, otherwise it can get away from them. Anything.
Yes, quick delivery there from Bishop, and well negotiated by Maynard. Hands on head as Bishop thought he had breached the defense of his man.
Especially with Maynard opting to play off the back foot, I thought.
Yes, but Bishop has had a relatively good first-class season for Barbados Pride, representing the Pride for his first full domestic season. And what a great acquisition to have into the Pride side.
Yeah.
Good all-round player, bat and bowl.
Yes, a fantastic asset to this UWI team.
Here's this time Maynard going on the aggressive and hitting that one over the head of Shamar Holder at mid-off and rounding all the way out to the boundary for 4. So 4 more to the Wildey side. They'll go up to 155. Now I'll just make it in a minute. But yeah, it's looking a bit more aggressive, this pair. A flighted delivery there from Bishop, and Maynard, the left-hander, getting to it and just hitting it over the head of Holder, who's stationed at mid-off and picking up a boundary.
Although they have been generally cautious, this pair is showing that they are prepared to go after anything over-pitched, anything that is definitely loose. And there we saw Bishop over-pitching that delivery, and with the mid-off and the mid-on in saving the single, it was a safe shot with any degree of contact. And getting it over the top there was a Maynard, breaking the shackles somewhat. 19 from 46, 154 for 6. But I was making the point, UWI need wickets. They need them quickly, and they need to at least break this partnership before the break, which is in about 20 minutes' time.
It's going to be Javid Leacock to continue. Leg spinner. Deliveries, cutting out that one. Appeal for caught behind. Sherwin Codgerton on move. Richards, the keeper, he thought he had his man. Hands on heads there in the slip corners. Bishop and Leacock in the middle. To his dismay.
Well, there's no recourse here, but the umpire from his position, probably not hearing anything. The appeal was spontaneous, coming from the keeper, the slipper, and the bowler. But importantly, umpire Codrington.
It's going to be Leacock. He's at the top of his mark again. On wide outside the off stump on this occasion. No need to play is Jones. Through to the keeper.
They would want to get rid of Jerome Jones because not only has he got the ability to spend time at the crease, but he's also got the ability to score very quickly. And as I said, if he sticks around for any length of time, he can easily take the whole game away from UWI.
It's Leacock. Nice short to delivery on the back foot, played out to point, well feeded there by Campbell. No run resulting. Obviously, like you said, the aggressive nature of Jones, he forced Captain Kyle Corbin to put some men on the defensive. He's now got a long off, there's a long on in place. There's a man at the sweeper on the offside and a deep mid wicket in the leg side. So some 4 men patrolling these boundaries for Jones. In the inner field, you got a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, and Corbin himself at short mid wicket. This time another short delivery, just going on to the back foot and just playing it quietly into that backward point region.
All the pace taken out of that delivery from Leacock. Like bursting, taking the air out of a balloon.
This time is a quicker one. This time hitting the outer portion of the bat and going behind point. Should pick up 2 and coming back quite comfortably for those 2. A quicker delivery, like we said, from Leacock. You saw the pace increase going up to 50 miles per hour and just getting on top of that one and steering it behind point really for 2 is Jerome Jones. So good batsmanship, good watching from him.
But yeah, giving him a bit too much room to be able to guide that one into the vacant area at short third.
Here is Leacock, a full delivery, slower again this time, tempting his man outside the off stump, but allowing it to go by to the keeper is Jerome Jones as he overcomes and then 59 overs completed, weighing 156 for 6.
Yes, engrossing stuff here between these two teams. You can see almost the cat and mouse a game being played here, and Jerome Jones in the middle, right in the middle of the action. And he is the one I suspect will be calling the tune as far as Wildey is concerned. And prepared to keep their wickets intact, prepared to stay in the middle, occupy the crease, and hold their closest followers in the standings, the UWI, at bay.
Yes, well, some 15 minutes to that interval. Like I said, if we go back to Antigua here, the West Indies, they're fighting away 186 for 4. Shea Hope and Justin Graves, the 2 Barbadians there in the middle. Hope on 20, Graves on 21. As here's Bishop just going past the outside edge of Carlos Maynard, groping at that one, Wayne, and just through to the keeper.
I was keen to find out where exactly did Shea Hope come in the batting order.
Well, he was batting at number 5. Same for position where De Silva would have batted in the first test. This time a quicker delivery there from Bishop into the body of Maynard. No danger.
So West Indies looking to occupy the rest of today's play, I think. Back themselves to some safety.
This time that one is flicked into the forward short leg region. Chance aerial, really, but one that would have to stick in, and it just goes into his midriff and couldn't hold on to that one. The fielder there at short leg. So Bishop might think he's had a chance. But one of those. Here he is, a flighted delivery and stroke out to mid-off, which is a bit deeper on this occasion, and pick up a single there is Maynard.
Well, yes, a sharp catch, a reflex catch it would have been for. Is that Kyle Jordan under the helmet?
No, I don't think it's Jordan. Jordan's in the mid-wicket region.
Evelyn? Could it be?
It might have been, yes.
But the ball traveling very quickly. That one would have had to stick immediately. He didn't have a lot of time to adjust and get his hands in place. Sometimes these balls, you can have to clutch them onto the body. But unfortunately for him, and well, fortunately for Maynard.
Jones into strike, trying to sweep this one. Delivery pitch outside the leg stump of the right-hander from Bishop.
Very difficult to call it a chance as such.
Yeah, those are the ones that have to stick. So, first innings of the first test, Jangru holding on to one off Kemar Roach.
Never forget, first ball of a. Well, that time the one-day competition was a 40 overs competition, for a general competition. YMPC versus Banks, and Max Walker, Charles Allen bowled a full delivery,
Quick single and he gets home.
full
Ball
delivery to Arnold Jilks. Just whipped it off the pads, and Terry Hunt under the hat, bat up forward short leg, clutched the ball to his body. He didn't even know that he had the catch.
as those reflex catches as the over comes in, and then 60 overs completed, 158 for 6.
Well, 60 overs is significant point. I think it is at 60 overs that we get that the a new ball becomes eligible in this competition.
That's
Still,
correct, yes.
I don't think that. I'm not so sure if the UWI management may be thinking along those lines. This pair, the pair of spinners, seem fairly well entrenched, as we just saw a chance created, and I think the captain prepared to entrust this leg spin, left arm orthodox combination for the time being.
Yes, I think Leacock, he's in a good spell. Like I said, he's into his 10th over. A little bit of a challenge between himself and Jones. Another quick single on off and taken. Excellent running. Should get the overthrows as well. Just putting pressure on the UE feeders there is Captain Jones and Maynard playing that ball into the offside. A man from point coming in and having a shy at the non-strikers, and couldn't back it up was Captain Corbin and coming back for a second.
Well, he had to take the chance there. Can't fault the fielder. It was a risky single, and he swooped onto it fairly quickly, released it too, but well judged in the end by the batters.
So another slow delivery there from Leacock, who's trying to take the pace of it, like you rightfully said, Wayne, and being watchful enough going on the back foot and just playing that one into the cover where Jonathan Carter is and couldn't score. Another big spinning delivery outside the Austin, allowing that one to go through to the keeper.
Even slower than anything that he would have he's delivered so far. That previous delivery from Leacock. Then we see the variety that he's choosing, that he's operating with, because he's bowling these very slow deliveries, and almost inevitably he follows up with a quicker one.
Yeah, just the variations. But I mean, I think Corbin is probably missing the trick here. I just think Jones going to tee, he'd be a bit watchful, and with a long off and long on station deep, I don't think he will want to challenge them. So I'd be inclined probably to try to get those guys back into the circle, so to speak. See if we can get him going off with a big shot. Another quick single this time. He's home safely. Is Maynard quick between the wickets? This pair, a ball again played with soft hands into the offside, keeping Hans Campbell busy at that backward point region, and yet another quick single stolen.
Fairly risky stuff, but the important thing is that there's no hesitation. You know, when it comes to situations like that, singles like that, any slight hesitation could spell danger. But this pair, seemingly with a very good understanding, and once the call comes, the commitment also comes with it. And although Campbell was quick and he had his return into the keeper, it was always too late.
Brings the left hand and Maynard into strike. This time he strokes this one, got another quick single, but this time a lot easier, a lot more fluent on that occasion. Up to mid-off where Holder is, and picking up a single, the left-hander. Yeah, another over completed. Maynard, he takes his score up to 20 from 52. Jerome Jones, 15, the captain, and is 162 for 6.
Yes, and they will be eyeing up their first target, the Wildey side, which will definitely be the 200-run mark, as they look to extract whatever points they can out of this game. As we take a switch over to the Friendship Ground, where the Spartan team are fighting back against Wanderers. They are looking to play themselves into a position of safety. Still 78 runs behind, having been asked to follow on by the Wanderers side, and a partnership between Bend and Gibson, and also at Beckers Road, the YMPC team having taken a narrow first innings lead. Now with 5 wickets down going into the break. So that one seems headed for a team draw for sure.
It's back here. We're still very much in the first innings. So if this, and we know this one should be a draw, maybe a no decision, who knows? There's another float drive there from Carlos Maynard as Bishop continues his 19th over. He's picked up some 245. Slow delivery and just stroke up to mid off there by Maynard.
Things remaining as they are, yes, we could be looking at a team draw in one respect, but then again, there's so many differentials in this game and possibilities because the point situation is a very close one, and I think 4 bowling points here would satisfy UWI. At least 4 bowling points would be to their satisfaction. But on the other hand, denying them 4 points and getting up to say 250 will be I suspect the objective of the Wildey side.
Just remember, and all of this happens within 75 overs, and we're into the 62nd over. So some 13 overs after this that would determine those points.
Well, you may have to bring your arithmetic into it because remember 24.3 of those overs were bowled on the first day.
Here is a short delivery and punch into the cover region. Can't score. Bishop a bit quicker. So you're seeing the variations between Bishop and Leacock. You see him just getting a bit slower in the air and then pushing through those quicker deliveries. That one at some 52 miles an hour. Here he is. Slower again, getting Jones to go on the back foot, hitting that one on the inner portion of the bat. The over comes in and he gets through his overs very quickly here. Joshua Bishop, 163 for 6.
As he usually does. And interesting to see the likes of Joshua Bishop and a Shamar Holder in this UV side and actually enjoying their work. You can see them enjoying their work. They have been presenting some challenges to the batters, and although they haven't been very penetrative, but I think there's a positive in that, especially in the case of Shamar Holder, who we know has had his problems with injury and rehabilitation and the like. Back to Becker's Road we go. Rondre Yearwood, the leading wicket taker for ESAFE Pickwick this season, in operation as YMPC 133 for 5, having, as I said, eked out a narrow 6-run lead on first innings on a close game there at Becker's Road. Between two teams who came into this round of matches equal on points in the middle of the table.
Yes, remember we spoke about how well stacked this table is. Good delivery there from Leacock. Just bringing his man onto the front foot, getting the inner portion of the bat. Going along the ground, though, as here you see Captain Corbin getting another attacking feeder in. There's a leg slip. Now he's imposed a leg gully.
Leg slip, a leg gully. And then there's a man at that short forward square. He's also got Jonathan Carter at a very short mid-wicket.
So just
putting on the pressure.
See how Leacock goes. Same full delivery, go for the sweep shot. And that man in the leg gully region, Campbell, who's been very busy of recent, just picking that one up.
Yeah, miscued there by Maynard. The ball coming off the bottom of the bat, hitting it hard into the ground. Sharp work by Campbell, though.
Here's Leacock. Big leg spinner this time into the midriff. He's putting quite a lot of revs onto that one there, Wayne.
Yeah, good bunks.
Got some bunks out of that.
Maynard, weary of those fielders lurking around the corner, looking. You can see him looking to force the ball away rather than just prod it into that onside, meaning that anytime it travels in the air, it will be coming at pace to those fielders rather than pushing out on the front foot, playing defensively for the ball to lob.
It's good work here by Leacock. He says, I still think Corbin should have the mid on in, but here is Leacock. Time of delivery going down the leg side. I don't think he will get that today or tomorrow. So short delivery, just spinning into the left-handed bat, and trying to pull that one, missing it completely is Maynard. And he overcomes, and then I think this could be the end of the session, or could we get one more before?
Very well. The umpire, Jalissa Calendar moving in position. But yes, the ploy of bringing those close fielders, though, you can see the effect that it has already had on Carlos Maynard. Not prepared to just push and prod around until those deliveries are coming into him, but looking to play a more forceful shots.
Yes. So good aggressive intentions there by Captain Corbin. Going to be Bishop. You see him.
This definitely will be the final over before the break.
Here's Bishop to continue to be bowled into Jones. Jones, he's on 15 from 38. Again, you're seeing there's 2 slips in place. And 4 short legs. So 3 men around the bat as well. Spreads man forward. Bit of an inside edge, but Evelyn seems to be up a bit quickly.
The ball would have been dropping well ahead of him nonetheless, but you did see he was up quite early there at that forward short leg position, and you know the general rule is that those close to the field you stay down as long as possible.
Yes. Bishop, flighted delivery this time, work past that forward short leg region for a single.
Along the ground this time.
Yeah, it's Jones. So 1 more to the total. And doing the right thing, Captain Jones. Just said, come on up here, Maynard. You might be able to deal with this a bit more comfortable than I can. Take us to lunch. Take us to the tea break.
Well, the ball spinning into the left-hander. Always generally agreed is a bit easier to negotiate. Or it's supposed to be.
See Corbin, again, a bit more aggressive.
Still working his changes. He's actually, whereas he's bringing the square leg over to cover, he's brought his cover fielder now into that leg gully position. So once again, we've got these 4 men around the bat, short forward, square leg, gully, leg slip, and the slip for Maynard.
But here's Bishop. Brings his man forward. That one is going past the outer edge. Not held on to there by Richards, but just groping on the front foot. Didn't hold the.
So this move by Captain Corbin seemed to have disturbed Maynard's rhythm somewhat.
Here's Bishop. Again, ball spinning into the left hander, and here the oohs and the ahs. Another good delivery there. This time he decided to go onto the back foot. With all these men around him, he's not comfortable coming onto the front foot, Wayne.
For sure. Let's see what Bishop has in store. Maybe I think what he should be looking to do now is to take some pace off and look to drag Maynard onto that front foot.
He's reluctant to get on the front foot. A little bit of banter between Jones and Bishop. Bishop pulled out of that one. And here is Bishop. Short, a quicker delivery, well negotiated on this occasion.
I want to see one with some. I want to see one looped. It'd be interesting to see him loop one up to Maynard now, see how he responds.
Sure, that's the setup that he's awaiting. Here is Bishop. Could be the final delivery. This time he pulls him by sets the man at like step and like gully. Gets some bat onto it. Runs pretty close down to the boundaries. Just going to go onto the rope about now. Single should be coming from the umpire, Jalissa Calendar. And 4 more to the total. 4 to the good. Seeing Maynard getting a short delivery down the leg side and getting a lot of bat onto that one. And 4 to close out the session. So 4 to the good of Carlos Maynard. He'll be comfortable. He'll be happy to get into the break, not out. Captain Jerome Jones, he's very much there as well. As you see this one just going into the rope, man.
But yes, the badly lined by Bishop, getting it outside the leg stump and just helping it around. I mean, an easy task of just going with the flow. Got enough bat onto it, the ball going down the slope here on the northern side of the ground and picking up a 4. To bookmark what has been a session enjoyed, I suspect, even more so by the Wildey team. An extended for a session play starting some half hour earlier because of the amount of time lost in the previous two days, and resuming at 61 for 4, 2 wickets down for 107 runs in this session, I think Wildey will be somewhat satisfied with their work, having lost the wickets of the over week not out pair, Shane Paris and Neymar Bolden, for the addition of, as we said, 107 runs in just about 40 overs, 3 balls short of 40 overs in the break. So good bowling over rate enjoyed by the UWI side. Lots of spin though involved. Joshua Bishop and Javed Leacock bowling a number of the overs. Actually, 20 overs for Bishop and 11 on the trot for Leacock. And just want to have a quick look at the scorecard before we leave you here at the 3Ws Oval. The wickets to fall today. First of all, it was Neymar Bolden who was legged before wicket to Leacock for 55, having resumed on 13. Bolden, and then Shane Paris, the other not batter overnight, who resumed on 13. He was legged before wicket, also legged before, but Paris was caught behind, actually, caught by wicketkeeper Richards off the pace of Calvin Marcus for 20. At the break, Carlos Maynard is on 26. A dogged knock it has been for him. And Jerome Jones, the captain, uncharacteristically patient. 16 from some 40 balls, just the one expansive shot going for 6 off Leacock, 168 for 6. And the how do you read or how do you assess that first session?
Well, 40 overs ball, I think that Wildey would be happy to doing the job that they came here this morning to do. They don't want to lose too many wickets and put themselves under undue pressure where that they could have also given up a first innings lead. So really to put those runs on the board just at the expense of 2 wickets, I think they've put themselves in a good position really going into the after tea session of not giving up first innings right. And even if they do, it would be because that the university side there they'll be pushing to get there and taking the chance really of losing wickets. So I think they're in a favorable position, 168 for 6. Like you said, the UE side, they'll still be keen to get those 4 bowling points. Wildey, they want to get up beyond that 200 mark, 250 if they can. Jones, like you said, he's still very much a competent batter, but remember it's some 75 overs in which they have to do that requirements to get the maximum of the batting and the bowling points, and that's 64 completed, so there's still some 11 overs to get there each way. Going into the break, I would think the Wildey side, they'll be a bit more comfortable as to where they were overnight, and UE will want to come back after the interval and try to at least get into this low order as soon as they can.
Well, the game from the UWI bowlers, they fought gamely during the period. Shamara Holder 1 for 28, Marcus 2 for 30. Bishop hasn't picked up a wicket today, but he's still got 2 for 50. And Leacock, one of the 2 wickets to fall, 1 for 30. And they, as I said, fought doggedly, the UWI bowling team, but it remains quite a close battle, and a battle of attrition here at the UWI, and we see how it goes when we come back to join you after the luncheon interval. 168 for 6 at the break. Wildey still in their first innings.
And welcome back to UWI for the final session on the final day of a game seriously interrupted because there was no cricket yesterday. And Wildey 168 for 8. And I imagine that maybe around 4:30, that's the time, there should be some shaking of the hands to call it Wally in terms of this game. But it's really, as I said, very seriously affected because of seepage on the pitch yesterday, not a ball being bowled. And at the moment, 168 for 6, Wildey still not getting a batting point as yet. It's 200 they will have to get. So I would imagine as Rashawn Hackett joins me, the objective here would be, as far as Wildey concerned, to try to get those batting points. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Andrew. Good afternoon to all of our listeners. You summed it up accurately. A game here where we're looking at no result at this late hour in the evening, but it's just a matter of who can get points. UWI already securing some bowling points. Wildey, it's now up to them to see if they can get up to 200, secure that first set of batting points. But as it stands, Shamar Holder, he runs into Jerome Jones, flashing outside the line of the off stump. But yes, a game which has been heavily affected by rain. Day 1, we just got about half a day's play. Wildey got up to 61 for 4 after winning the toss and electing to bat. Day 2, not a single ball bowled, and it has left us here at day 3 with Wildey on 168 for 6. Still in the first innings, UWI not having an opportunity to bat as yet. I'm not sure if they will have an opportunity to bat in this game at all. Played into the offside, just 1 run.
Yeah, I think Jerome Jones and Carlos Maynard, they've been together for a little while now. Maynard has faced as many as 65 balls, Jones 42. And I think they recognize the importance of those vital batting points. And we'd consider that Spartan, if you look at the points, a team that would have been at the top, I think in second position, it looks as if they may go on to lose. Then as we start series number 8, it could be quite interesting. But Spartan actually starting this round of matches on 75 points. And they are under pressure and feeling the squeeze.
Well, I'll tell you what, the points table will be sure to have...
Okay, so they go to, what, 67?
Was not intentional, though. His eyes were set straight.
Yeah, the ball hit him. Yeah, because he was struggling. Struggling seriously there. The ball struck him. And he was just about in mid-pitch. Had they gone to the keeper, he would have been run up by quite a long way.
Well, Superb Len Gladiola, who came into this round in first position, they're currently 138 for 5 in response to Empire's 259 all out. So a game which has been affected by rain as well.
Right.
A game which looks to be no result. It's just a matter of who gets first innings in that game. I'm sure that Gladiola will have their eyes set on that first innings total. Currently at the crease for them are Jaden Hoyt. He's 3 from 21. And Zidane Harewood, new batsman to the crease, hasn't yet faced delivery. So an interesting points table will be set up going into Series 8 of this competition. Good fielding by Bishop. Just the 1 run.
It's also very interesting in terms of the first division competition with Yorkshire winning yesterday. And there's a protest for the match that they played against Carlton. My understanding is that they might have picked up all those points after the protest. St. Catherine's are battling away against Police with about 120 odd runs to win. They were 29 for 2. But if Yorkshire get those points, and it looks as if they're going to get those points, well then they will go into the penultimate series in a very strong position.
Shot straight back down the ground. They'll pick up the first run. Look to come back for 2. Fielder Jay Clark does well. So 2 runs there to Carlos Maynard. Lovely on drive. But even to add more interest to this points table, Windward, who are currently at the bottom of the table just above the BCA Youth team, they're on track to securing full points against the BCA Youth as well. Bowling first at the BCA Youth, they bowled them out for 155. So 4 bowling points there. They came back and scored 315 for 8 declared. So full batting points as well.
Right.
And now they have the BCA Youth team 159 for 6.
For
So
6.
they are on track to what could potentially
So they're
be.
still in deficit, this youth? Let's double check that.
Well, the BCA Youth currently trail by 1 run.
Well, 1-1.
6
okay.
wickets down. But
Okay.
with shot again, straight back down the ground from Maynard. This is good batting. The outfield is heavy though, so it will hold up. 3 runs.
Well, it's interesting that you talk about that shot because nowadays the modern day captains don't use the mid-on straight. The mid-on nowadays is always wide, and you just find a situation where, as the 50 partnership comes up between these two, where there's a wide mid-on, and therefore when these shots are played straight, you find they go through mid-on. In the old time days, that mid-on would be a lot straighter, just like the third man area, where sometimes you get the third man wide. But this is a good partnership because they lost a couple of wickets. These two have batted very sensibly.
65 overs completed, 177 for 6. But to add to what you were saying about that on drive, you do find a lot of captains set the mid-on a bit wider instead of straight. And that's due to the fact that we don't see many batsmen on driving the ball these days. I find that with a lot of the modern day batsmen, they tend to turn the bat face early and try to work deliveries into the leg side rather than on driving. So a lot of captains just try to protect that mid-wicket area rather than protect the mid-on.
That's a good point you're making.
And they pretty much tell the batsman that if you're going to on-drive me, have at it. It's a very difficult shot to play. If you're good enough, then you deserve the runs.
Yeah, you're right in your assessment there.
Oh, off the back foot. But back to what I was saying about this Windward team. If Windward are to win this game versus the BCA Youth and secure full points, they too could go up by 20 points. They're currently on 36 in second last in the table, just above BCA Youth. So I'm sure that Series 8 will be an exciting series after these points are released.
Yep, you're right. So but Spartan looking as if they're going to lose. I mean, that would be a major blow for them.
Driven.
Yeah, Carlos Maynard says, look good. He's always been one that people talk about, maybe possibly playing for Barbados, but I suppose he's never really dominated. A good keeper. You don't get the volume of runs, but he's certainly one that is very solid. And in that area of keeping in Barbados, you got, of course, Gibson from Spartan, Clark from Gladiola, Boucher, the incumbent from Carlton, and of course you've got Maynard, who's from Carlton, and Richards. Maynard is from the Wildey side.
Well, we must also mention Tevin Walcott from Wanderers.
Yeah, he's there as well. And of course, Richards is also, who only last year was keeping. He's from the Wildey team.
Shot. Oh, and there's a misfield. A bit of sloppy work there from Calvin Marcus. Allows that one to run close to the boundary. But Zion Brathwaite cleans up.
Yeah, you're right. And Bishop is not happy at all. He shouldn't be. He didn't get down at all.
Let's have a look back at it. Just flashing at it. And Marcus just didn't get down. Went right through his legs. But Brathwaite out there on the boundary doing some good work.
Yeah. That's a better angle here now. Yeah, certainly. They should have stopped that. Really should have stopped it.
Big sweep into the leg side. And Marcus does well on this occasion. So he redeems himself. Just sticking out the right hand. Good bit of fielding.
I think it is pretty clear to me now that these two batsmen looking to just step on the accelerator. It was about just steadying the rocking ship. Now they feel that they've got the license now to attack and try to get that score up to over 200 to pick up those vital batting points, Wildey. They've done a good job.
Yeah, they've done a good job indeed. There's now been a change in field. Zion Brathwaite comes up from that deep sweeper boundary, and Calvin Marcus goes down on the boundary instead. 66 overs completed, 182 for 6. Tidy over there from Joshua Bishop.
He's now got 2 for 21.
2 for 55 from 21 overs.
That's correct. And Jones is actually 21. I was actually looking at Jones 21. He's batted, it's been a restrained kind of a knock from Jerome Jones. He normally likes to bash the ball all over the park.
Well, I think that he's realized the situation here and realized that Wildey need to get up to 200 points if they are to secure some batting points. So he has to step up and lead from the front like a captain would. And I think he's been doing that well so far. 21 from 45 deliveries. Just 1 6 he's hit. Overcast skies.
Yeah, looks as if there's some rain. I think it already started from where I was born. Deep in rural Barbados, St. Philip up in Bayfield. I think it's past 6 roads and it's on its way down. Maybe it's in the Pine area now. Should get here pretty soon.
Yes, it looks to be making its way over here to the 3Ws Oval. You were born in St. Philip.
I'm a Philippine, very much. Do you know Bayfield?
I do know Bayfield.
You know St. Catherine's Club?
Yes, I know
Have you
St.
played at
Catherine's.
St.
I have
Catherine's?
played at St. Catherine's.
Did you get runs when you played there?
Actually, no. I only played there about twice in my life ever. One was in under 13 and the other was in under 16.
And you were playing for when under 13 at the time?
Under 13, I was playing for a club called Quick Mechanics.
Oh, Quick Mechanics.
Founded by Corey Edwards.
Okay. You remember what happened in the game? Did you get runs? No?
No, I did not. I remember.
Who won the game?
I'm pretty sure St. Catherine's won the game. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember the grounds that I got runs at, and I know that St. Catherine's was not one of them. So, that's one. Shamar Holder.
Okay.
16 overs he's bowled so far. So you were from St. Philip. Where did you go to school, Andrew?
You know that I went to a school called... Do you know St. Mark's Primary School?
I do not know St. Mark's Primary. Is that in St. Philip? I would assume so.
Oh, hold on. So you don't know St. Philip at all?
I don't know much of St. Philip. I have absolutely no reason to go to St. Philip. I've always been in this West Terrace, St. James area. Let me tell you, I live in West Terrace, St. James. And I went to school at the West Terrace Primary. So that was just a stone's throw away.
Right.
And then I went to Queen's College. So that was just up the hill. And now I'm at the University of the West Indies, which is just down the hill. So I've never had to drive more than 5 minutes to get to school, get anywhere. Get shot through the leg side. And that one will run all the way into the boundary. That's a flowing on drive there from Carlos Maynard. Picks up another 4 runs.
Yeah. The thing about that shot is the rain starts to come. It's not very heavy. It was one pitch to the line of the leg. Somebody hit it past the mid-on area. It was in the air for a bit. There's no question about that. Have a look at this. I mean, look at the footwork there. Ball pitched up and whipped away wide of mid-on. And it went out towards the boundary. But look at this action. From round the wicket. Yeah, wide of mid-on. And although the outfield is very heavy, had the legs to get to the boundary. And the thing about the Wildey side here now is that they are trying to push on because I think they recognize that rain is around the corner as well. It's raining now. And they've gone to 187 for 6. So you get the feeling that they really want to get the remaining 13 runs.
Oh, nicked. And it's gone through the slips.
Yeah, it's going to go out towards the boundary and possibly get there as well. Let's look at the umpire. What will he signal here?
It does go into the boundary. So umpire Codrington is making a signal now.
4.
4 runs.
So it means now, Rashawn, that we go to 191.
191.
Right. So I suppose when you look at it, I mean, it's not very heavy.
Yeah, these rains don't look threatening at all.
No. In fact, earlier it looked very much as if it would have gone. Basically, the cloud cover was very heavy, but it's a lot better now, and there's no question about it. That we may get an interruption or two, but this has been very, very good bowling from round the wicket holder, beating the outside edge.
Interesting field setting here, though, because we've seen a change in field. Oh, a mix up
And Marcus under pressure.
Marcus under
Under
pressure once
pressure.
again.
Yeah. But I think you have to give credit to these two batsmen because they bided their time quite nicely, having recognized that they'd lost a couple of wickets, and they have now decided after the break to really get a move on, and they've done it quite well. So they're just 8 runs away from picking up those vital batting points. How is Wildey doing in the table as well?
That's an appeal. Umpire Codrington says not out. Wildey, they're currently on 67 points, fifth in the table.
So that would take them to 69.
That would take them to 69. 67 overs completed, 192 for 6.
And how is UWI doing?
UWI 69 points, fourth in the table, just above Wildey.
And they've already picked up 2 bowling points.
2 bowling points they've already picked up.
Right. They would want another one. They'd like, of course, to get maximum bowling points here. But the problem too is that 67 overs bowled.
67 overs
So
bowled.
it could be, and there's 75 available.
After 75 are bowled, it's really nothing in it for this.
No.
For either of the teams.
So they'd have to, in the next, 8 overs or so, try to get the remaining 4 wickets.
Yeah, so if we really look at it, just about 8 overs left in this game to make anything happen for either of the sides. I don't think we will see a declaration from this Wildey side, or perhaps we might. They might want to come back and see if they can scavenge through this.
That's a very interesting point you're making there, because they may want to do that, to maybe get the 200 and make the declaration and try to maybe pick up a couple of wickets. But you're right. I didn't even think about that. Do you think they'll declare?
I think there's a possibility. We have a team here that has been dominating cricket in Barbados for a number of years, and they're not the type to just let up and just allow a team to, mix up. And he makes it in safely. But as I was saying, Wildey are not a team to just allow points to go by. So any opportunity they have to get points, they will try. So I think that the moment that 75 overs are completed, it's a possibility that they may declare. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it's highly, well, I don't know, highly likely to get another 50 runs, unless these two go helter-skelter. So it's an interesting one. Yeah, maybe we'll ask Andy Payne, who comes a call, in what he thinks, if they may be just looking to maybe make the declaration at 200 and try to see if they can pick up a couple of wickets this afternoon. But they're just 7 runs away now from picking up those vital batting points. Wildey, defending champions, they've had this competition. I mean, they've not been as good. They've lost some of their players.
Well, that one is turned into the leg side.
Some of them, as we said earlier, went to Trinidad and to St. Lucia to play cricket. And in 1 or 2 of the games, a bit depleted.
Big shot into the leg side. It lands safely though. Just the 1 run. So Wildey go up to 195 in 68 overs. Just 5 runs required for batting points.
All right, so time for me to leave you. 195. Maybe we can take it up with Andy Payne as to whether you think that the Wildey side will make the declaration at 200. But for sure, Jones has looked good. He's 22. Millers in 45, 195 for 6. UWI. Bishop is going to look for his 3rd wicket.
Thank you. Shamar Holder. Shamar Holder continues. Starts with a good length delivery. As I say, welcome back to Andy Payne. Andy, it's a pleasure to be alongside you once again. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Rashawn. Pleasure to be alongside you as well. You man who always comes for some homework.
Of course, you and Wayne Holder are never shy to give me homework whatsoever. Keep me busy. But as we were speaking about, Andrew and I, tactics. We have a situation where after the 75th over is completed, neither of these teams will be able to scavenge any more points in the first innings. Can you see a Wildey team declaring and coming back with just about 2 hours left of play in attempt to secure some bowling points? What do you think?
Well, good that you speak about tactics. One tactic that it's really left me a bit appalled is the UWI side, first of all, to start with. Coming back after the tea break, I thought they had the opportunity to go for a second new ball. I thought they should have gone there. You started back with your fast man in Shamar Holder. A second new ball, trying to get those 3 wickets to get up to those 4 bowling points. I thought that would have given them an advantage. As well, seeing that they don't think that Wildey could have gotten up to 250 if in the time the 11 over is required after the tea interval. So that is one tactic that I thought that the UWI side have allowed to go beyond them. And secondly, you speak about Wildey side and trying to get that 200 mark and probably, yes, enforcing, well, not enforcing, but giving themselves an opportunity to bowl at the UWI side with the intention of probably getting 5 wickets even, just to pick up that 1 bowling point, or 2 bowling points, sorry. So that will be to their advantage as well. So yes, I can see them getting beyond the 200 mark, probably giving the declaration and trying to get 2 bowling points this evening.
Delivery turned into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. Look for the second. And they get back there safely. A very good analysis there, though, Andy Payne. I completely agree with what you were saying. It was a shock to see UWI not taking the new ball. Perhaps you should ask the expert behind us, Mr. Delaney. But it was a shock to see UWI not taking the new ball. And Wildey, a big ask for them to come and take 5 wickets in just about less than 2 hours, because we've now approached 3:30. A big ask for them, but I'm sure that they'll back their bowlers to do it.
It's an ask worth asking, really.
Definitely.
Because, I mean, going into the evening time, it's not going to be a game where you can probably get a first innings lead. But again, with the advent of the introduction of the bowling and batting points, you got to try to exploit as many of them as you can, as that one goes over the rope. Another fluent drive there from Carlos Maynard and picking up a ball over pitch from Holder, and also Bryant's a half century as you have a look at this on the replay. Over pitch there by Shamar Holder and given the treatment by Carlos Maynard. So Bryant missed a half century. A very well played knock.
Very well played knock indeed. And what I've loved about it is the way he's played the ball down the ground so well. Carlos Maynard, he's hit the ball straight. Let's have a look at that one again. Lovely shot. Good balance, good execution. And with that, Wildey go past 200 runs. So batting points on the table for Wildey. I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
So I'm guilty of overstepping there is Shamar Holder. A no ball signal there by Codrington, the umpire. So 51 off 89 deliveries.
51 off 89 deliveries. 5 fours he's hit. He's been very, very good with the bat. And he's been very good at rotating the strike as well. I think that's a feature of Carlos Maynard that he possesses. Not only can he hit boundaries, but his strike rotation is so good. He's dropped a couple balls and ran quickly. Very, very good innings he's played to put his Wildey side in a position to get some batting points. Now the next question is, can Wildey get up to 250 runs as the delivery is flicked into the leg side? It won't go to the boundary though. They'll pick up 2 runs. But the next question for the Wildey team would be, can they get up to 250 as we now approach the end of the 69th over? 204 for 6. So just about 6 overs.
44 runs in 6 overs is, I mean, you got Jerome Jones, 46 runs in that time. Jerome Jones at the crease, possibility as well. But again, where do you want to get the additional point? Do you want to get it, trying to get those 44 runs, 46 runs in 6 overs, or do you take a chance at getting 2 points with allowing your bowlers to give you 5 wickets?
I think they back themselves to get these points in the batting department, because we have a situation where we have 2 set batsmen. Maynard 53 from 90 deliveries, Jerome Jones, 22 from 48 deliveries. These two guys can explode at any possible moment. But if they declare as they have, wow. So they've done the opposite. They back themselves to get them with the ball.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You call it opposite. Well, you said they've done the opposite in your view, but in my view, I think this is the better option. Obviously, trying to get up to those 46 runs in 6 overs, you allow yourself the chance of losing wickets, and that also gives you the chance of getting bowling points. So if you look at all the analysis, this is not a bad move. Really, give yourself that chance to bowl to get the 5 wickets this evening, get those 2 bowling points. They've already taken UWI out of the equation in turn to get an additional bowling point. So I think this is a good move by Jerome Jones and the Wildey side.
Well, a good move indeed. UWI now, it's all over to them. I'm sure that they'll just be looking to bat. Their openers, this pretty much would be a net session for them because no batting points in the equation for them. For them to get up to 200 runs this evening, they would have to come out aggressive. They would have to come out guns blazing. So I'm sure that the openers would just be looking to have a net session, feel good going into the next series, but all to bowl for the Wildey side.
Well, this is a UWI side that's got the armory to do it. They've got a good batting side. They're playing at home. They know the conditions. Obviously, we just need to get the final amount of overs required for the day's play, as well as the 15 overs in the final hour, those mandatory 15 overs. So it becomes an equation of how many overs remain that you can try to get the 204 first innings and 2 batting points, because it's all about the points here. And in doing that as well, it gives Wildey a chance to get the 5 wickets and the 2 bowling points that they required.
Well, Andy, we've made a switch over to this YMPC versus Pickwick game. YMPC lead by 185 runs. Rondre Yearwood with ball in hand. A wicket as well. So he's picked up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 49 in 12.3 overs. Yearwood continues to deliver for this Pickwick side. Shamar Marshall has to go back to the pavilion for 3.
Now, again, here's another chance of someone looking for an outright win. I'm thinking of 185 runs on the board late into the evening. Why don't the YMPC side give themselves a chance to get outright points? I mean, don't think that the Pickwick side can get up to that 185. But I'm backing myself to get 10 wickets, trying to save the game. And because obviously you think that Pickwick would go on the defensive, and you give your bowlers a chance to win the game for you.
Well, I like how you're thinking about the cricket, Andy. You're clearly a very aggressive captain. Anything that you can get, you're going to go for. But the BCA youth team now, 174 for 9 going up against the Windward side. And something that's unheard of, Tennyson Roach, a 6-wicket haul, 6 for 45.
He picks up 2 in the first innings as well.
Wow.
So he calls himself Ashwin.
Ashwin.
What's the nickname he goes by? Tinny Roach Jr., Ashwin, 6 for 45, 2 in the first innings, and trying to set this team here for a victory. They've got 14 runs on, the youth, make that 15 with that single. Quite a bit of time in this game as well. So the Windward side, they should be backing themselves really for a victory here, having picked up first innings points in this one, 175 for 9, some 15 runs on the youth. But with all the time remaining in this game, it looks like this could be a victory for the Windward side. The one that they need badly.
They need it badly indeed. They sit on just 36 runs so far for the season.
36 points.
36 points, my apologies. They're second from the bottom, just above the BCA youth team. So they are in desperate need of a victory, and this would be the game to do it versus the BCA youth team.
Yeah, to try to get a maximum of 20 points in this game. That would argue well for them. Let's go here to friendship. And Spartan really fighting to save to stave off a draw here. Having lost first innings points and asked to follow on by the Wanderers side. Wanderers again, they're started this game on 47 points. They've done well here. And Spartan, as you knew, they were on 75 and in second position going into this round. So they would want to eke out a draw in this game to keep themselves in the table, really.
Well, absolutely. Spartan, a team that has been doing well all season. They find themselves in a bit of trouble here in this game. following on at 139 for 4. Wanderers, though, they will be hunting for the remainder of these wickets and see if they can get an outright win. Those points would be valuable to a team like Wanderers. Spartan trailing by 44 runs still. Maradon Bendo, 55 from 76 deliveries. Wonderful player he is, and he continues to perform for the Spartan side, along with Kevion Newton, who's there on 8 from 30 deliveries.
I mean, they'll feel pretty comfortable knowing that Mardon Ben is very much there in the middle. He's one of the senior pros in the team, and he's been one of the most prolific batters for Spartan over the years. And here he is, his team is in trouble, and he's leading the way with a fight back of 55 off 76. Kevion Newton, first year at the park, and Queen's Park as for the Parkites. And what a better player to be there with than Mardon Ben, you know, trying to save your team from defeat. And this is the character that you want to see from the young players coming into the clubs. And trying to, you know, not all about the glory in terms of the shot making and all that, but having the characteristics to save a game for your team when they're that badly need you.
Absolutely. Spartan, 139 for 4. Following on. But we make our way back here to the 3Ws Oval, and I wanted to continue our discussion on the UWI trailing by 204 runs. And I completely agree with you on the fact that UWI has a powerful batting lineup capable of scoring runs and scoring them quickly. But I want to ask you an outright question. 3:39 now. Play is scheduled to go down to 5:30. Normally it would go down to 6 o'clock if the umpires and the light are generous. Do you think that this UWI side can get up to 200 runs?
Well, it's not quite a light. Light, yes, will come into the equation. It's not the time factor here because this is all about overs. Remember, there was a start of the day, some 82 overs, 7 plus the mandatory 75. Obviously, we got to do the deductions now after the declarations came and see how many overs are remaining before the 15 mandatory overs in final hour. So that'd be of interest if we can get that information. We would know really what is the target, what's gettable, what's not gettable, obviously. But I said, trying to get 200 runs this evening, it allows the Wildey side the opportunity to get wickets because you will be chancing, taking chances really to try to get to that total. So I think the advantage here now is really with the Wildey side, having put their runs on the boards, picking up those 2 batting points, and then obviously whatever they can get here now will be a bonus in terms of if they can get these 5 wickets.
Absolutely, very well said. Takes nothing away though from the UWI batting lineup. They have the likes of Kyle Jordan, Hans Campbell, who one would assume would open the batting here for this UWI side. Cyan Brathwaite as well. 90 just last weekend in the Super Cup. Also got 100 this season versus Wanderers. So a very stacked batting lineup here from this UWI side, just to call a few names. But Wildey, they have the bowling. Deswin Currency, Jerome Jones. Those would have done majority of the damage along with Tariq O'Neill. The spinners have dominated for this Wildey side. So we have an intriguing evening of cricket on our hands.
Yeah, you mentioned that Wildey bowling lineup, and Terry O'Neill, like you said, he's one who can bowl a lot of long spells, and quite a lot will be expected of these guys, the spinners. It's spin trio, really. This afternoon, probably start with Leacott, a faster man to start off the innings. But it will be of interest to see how many overs really remain in today's play.
So the word is that 36 overs remains in today's play. 204
in 36.
In 36 overs. It's a big ask. And my prediction, Andy, I don't see it happening here. Not because of UWI not having the firepower. I definitely believe in this UWI bowling.
Well, here you see over at the Burton ground. So catch taken, wickets gone. It looks like Branford, who's held out there to Ramdu, picking up a second wicket in this. So 175 all out, 15 runs. They lead by 16 of the target for the Windward side.
Well, Windward, I'm sure they'd back themselves to get a victory here in this game and get some valuable points under their names.
They will want that 20 points. 20 points required for looking for outright win here. Remember, we said they started at some 36 points.
36 points to win where team started on.
20 could be to the good of them.
Absolutely. So, as I was telling Andrew, it will be an interesting points table heading into Series 8 of the competition. Lots of movement will occur. Spartan, I don't think they will gain many points from this game.
Well, it will be interesting to see the two top teams, Gladiola and Empire. Interested to see how that game finishes up as well. I think Empire was getting the better there to try to get the 259 they got in their first innings. Empire, 3 batting points over there for them. Probably looking to pick up a first innings lead.
Yes, we make a switch back over to this game between Wanderers and Futures Boutique Spartan. Spartan hanging in, Kevion Newton there, along with Maradon Ben. But Andy, as we prepare for play here back at the 3Ws Oval, I will welcome back Wayne Holder to accompany you.
Thank you very much, Rashawn. Wayne will be happy to hear some of the variables that I've really putting into it with you. 200, see Mardon Ben here with young Kevion Newton. Like you said, good to see the character being shown the fight by Newton. First time at Spartan and batting with a veteran. And Ben, man who's really held it together for Spartan over the years. I'm sure he would like to get up to a century by the end of this evening. They just already have 1 century for the season against Gladiola. And he would like to have a second at the end of this game. Welcome back, Wayne.
Well, thank you, Andy. It's nice to be back, and the game now taking on a somewhat different complexion, where the Wildey side, having achieved their mission, getting the 2 batting points, and thereby also restricting, importantly, UWI to only 2, and a fine knock by Carlos Maynard,
yes.
that unbeaten 50, are really growing in stature as his innings continued, and lifting the spirits of the Wildey side.
Yes, Maynard, very experienced player in this Wildey side. Over the years, he was also a former captain. And here he did came together with the present captain in Jones and putting together a good partnership. We had a couple of good partnerships in today's play. We saw at the beginning of the day, young Neymar Bolden and Shane Parrish just putting the team in a good position. And just to finish it up there, Captain Jones and Carlos Maynard leading them to those two batting points.
As we look on here at the Louis Linton complex, and Spartan putting up quite a fight in their second innings. An improved showing with the batting in the second innings, and young Kevion Newton taking the opportunity to establish his position, looking to bring Spartan, well, from the brink of defeat, you can almost call it. And he will be somewhat of a hero if he can see the Spartan team through the rest of this match. But we return here now to the action at the 3Ws Oval. 204 for 6. The target, well, the total made by Wildey in their first innings, and UWI setting out with Kyle Jordan and Hans Campbell to face up to the new ball. The bowling to be started by Jaden Leacock. Right arm fast medium. He's got 3 slips in place, and here we go. First delivery is guided between the slip and the backward point down to the vacant gully area, and the ball traveling all the way down toward the boundary, not carrying onto the rope. Again, we talk about the slow nature of the outfield here at the CW's Oval. But just a warm-up delivery from Leacock, and Campbell taking the opportunity to get off the mark. Interesting, 3 slips at the no gully, Andy.
Well, see there in the slip crowd, and it looks like 2 substitutes. Fielders really look like Harbin and Akeem Jordan.
So it'll be interesting to
And
note.
just saw Jordan making an indication to Captain Jones that maybe we need to get a gully in place. And rightfully so, you see him going into that position in the gully region.
Well, yes, so filling that gap immediately. So again, chance for a run out, not taken because the fielder not picking up the ball cleanly. That Shane Paris running around from forward square. The ball tucked into the mid-wicket area, and Jordan very keen on going for the sharp single. Not so Hans Campbell. We see that ball tucked into the onside. Campbell did start and stop.
I'll tell you what, Wayne, what he probably didn't recognize is that he's going to the strong side of Shane Paris, who does throw the ball with his left hand, and it's going to his left side. And usually one of the better ground feeders, just a little bubble, it's really got Jordan in some trouble.
Luckily for them, here comes Leacock. And this time there's the fielder in place at gully. Another back of the left delivery guided into that area. So it would be quite a task if the UWI side were to go after this 204 to look to get it to first in his lead. Of course, nothing less than 200 runs would add to their points tally. I think there's some 36 overs left in the innings. So the first of a minimum of 36 overs.
It's coming from our statistician, Nigel Seeley, who does the job there for the Wildey side. So thanks to you, Nigel.
But like I said, it will be some asking if they were to decide that that is what they will do. So it would create some excitement for the rest of this game, which potentially, which had the potential to be somewhat of a dud with all the time that we have lost. Driving up to mid-off is Campbell, straight to the fielder there, Shinaldo Taylor.
And this pair between Campbell and Jordan, they've been doing some good work for the team. Campbell coming in to the elite team after starting in the Division 1 tournament. And here he is, came into the elite, got himself a century on his first game on arrival. And Jordan, who's been getting some good starts as well. So they're 2 informed players, really. A lovely punch off the back foot there, Wayne. Should pick up a couple is Hans Campbell. A ball short in length and some whiff outside the off stump. And saw him standing tall and punching that one through the cover for a couple to get off the mark.
Yes, getting on top of the bounce and playing it with a vertical bat in front of square. Nice looking shot. Always a pleasant looking shot to see. A shot that you preserve for only the best of the exponents of the art of batsmanship.
Sachin Tendulkar.
See the Sachins and the Ricky Pontings and the like. I mean, when they play that shot, it is so delightful. And I'm not saying that Campbell didn't do a good job of it there.
What about the Andy Paynes?
Well, Andy Payne in his time. Well, like I said, good batsman is a shot preserved for the top players. Getting on top of that bounce. I always rate that shot. I always rate my batsmen by their ability to play that particular shot.
Quality shot.
So, of course, we are playing with Wildey. And, of course, spin is never far away. So we had that over of medium pace from Jaden Leacock. And immediately the left arm slow stuff of Desmond Currency.
Well, you see this traditionally, and we go back to the days they have Winston Reid. And obviously, this is a feature that we have seen for some time. The left arm on the dot starting with a new ball. And Currency's really carried on the tradition. what a strong will decide in terms of the ball and the good spin trio.
To think that they don't have the services of Zishan Matara, their wrist spinner, the right arm wrist spinner, to add to make it a quartet. Onto the front foot comes Jordan.
Just looking to see the players not on the field, not seeing the Josh Adorn. Usually he'd be very much stationed there at that first flip.
Yes, where we have the substitute in Harbin, Toriana Harbin, former wicket keeper with the Banks, and then will decide one of those fellas who are very keen to get up to the wicket over the years.
Oh, definitely up to the wicket keeper. And then Jordan, he's very much in the way there. He said just to see who he's...
Jordan, we've got Paris at backward point. We've got O'Neill at square cover. Jordan in the covers. Onto the front foot.
Trying to see if I can pick up McCaskey. Probably at silly mid on.
Under the helmet. Might be him there. Yes, that is McCaskey. On the back foot. Again, quiet over so far from Currency. Busy all-rounder. So we've got the keeper behind the stumps. In Richards, we've got McCaskey, Taylor. Dorn, as you said, is not there. Bolden. Need to identify him. Carlos Maynard in the...
I think he might be the player that we're not seeing because Bolden's here, yes.
Bolden is on the pitch. So is Taylor, so is Currency. Carlos Maynard. We seeing him. Hero with the bat. I think he may very well be the player missing here, Carlos Maynard.
I think that's
so Dorn
yes.
And Maynard, I think we'll be able to identify as the two players substituted on the field as Leacock starts his second over. Bowls a full pitch delivery. Coming down on it is Campbell, just getting his bat down in time. The ball's queuing off the outside edge down to that deep third area where again the ball pulls up inside of the boundary. The batsman only get two.
Yes, full delivery. That one seems to came back in a long way.
Oh, yeah.
I really got some bat down it at the end. But good delivery. Actually, that's not it. That's a run-out chance. But a good delivery there from Leacock. It's a full swing into the batter and just getting some bat on that one at the late decision there, Alvin.
Campbell doing very well, I must say, as Leacock in again. And this one is on the pad, worked away to mid-wicket. And misfield by Taylor, backing up from mid-off after a shy at the stumps by Shane Paris. I think he can claim he got an awkward bounce. Taylor?
He got into a bad position. It's one of the easiest balls to back up, and Taylor got himself in a terribly wrong-footed there.
Single though to Campbell brings Jordan on strike, and he is pushing this one up to the fielder at mid-on. So Jaden Leacock, Andy, promising young player coming through the ranks at the age group level, hasn't really pressed on. When I say as far as maintaining his pace and his potency as a wicket taker, but it may always be difficult in a side like Wildey. Off the back foot is Jordan this time. Again, playing that back foot punch. Picking up another couple of runs. But in a side like Wildey, where this heavy influence of the spin bowlers,
Yes, it's just looking at his workload, see how many overs he gets on a match day. Really, he generate outside of that new ball first couple of overs. You don't see him getting a lot of second spells. So, like you said, he doesn't probably be allowed really
Well, yeah,
to
it's not necessarily that he's not capable. It's just that it's never, not very often needed.
needed.
As he's on the legs, whipped away sweetly by Jordan. He'll only get one though. Nice flourish about that shot. But there's a man out there in the deep. There's that one angling in onto the pads. Jordan seemed to enjoy that shot.
Again, we speak about the outfield and the lack of pace really as the ball speds across the outfield. But that's a shot that you will want to have a boundary for. It just shows there's rehearsals there. It's Kyle Jordan. I mean, a good stroke maker. A young man who represented the Barbados on the 19s just a couple seasons ago. And second season here at the university. First full season in the Elite Division. He would have played straight mainly in the first division last season.
Leacock is again on to the leg stump. This time the ball played much straighter to that man at long leg, Tariq O'Neill.
And you can see that Leacock is one who can generally gets the ball to come back into the offs to the right hander. As you can see with the field set differently, and you can see him just not getting his alignment correct. Just put a bit too much middle and leg there in.
Yes, he had the ball to shape in toward the right-handed batters. I probably would need to, as you say, start it a bit wider of the off stump to be really effective. Challenge the batsman to keep that gate between the bat and the pad very, very tight. Very tightly closed. So we are going to see Currency continue. 12 without loss. Remember, 204 for 6 declared made by Wildey, batting themselves into comfortable position and making the decision to at least offer themselves a chance of putting some pressure on this UWI batting lineup. And who knows if you can get a collapse in sowing, even first innings points.
Well, the first innings would be a maximum. I mean, but I think the first aim there, they want to get these 5 wickets. They want the ball for 5 wickets here and give themselves that chance of picking up those 2 bowling points. So the declaration came at a really good time, in my view. Like I said, drawing a few variables to young Rashawn Hackett. I brought up the why didn't the UE side take that second new ball at the T interval?
Yes, well, a bit puzzling that move. Not opting to go the attacking route and look to pick up those further 3 wickets that would have given them the maximum bowling points, rather taking that conservative route. I guess understanding that the new ball, the runs could possibly come a lot more freely.
But and that's it. You knew the runs could have come freely, but I don't think that with 11 overs you would have backed them together to 250.
Yeah.
So you knew 200 was on the cards with the new ball or the older ball. But which ball gives me a better chance of getting 3 wickets?
Getting 3 wickets and getting maximum points. So I think that one needs to be explained by the UWI think tank. Currency is driving outside the off stump, Campbell, not taken cleanly by keeper Richards, but a wide delivery, dragging him away, Campbell, outside that off stump. And the ball into and out of the gloves of keeper Richards. Settles again. This time much more comfortably on the front foot, pushing it away into the offside. Another over gotten through by Desmond Currency. 2 consecutive maidens from him, and after 4 overs, UWI 12 without loss. Campbell and Kyle Jordan, as you said, an opening pair who have done a decent job for the UE team this season. UE was noticing not making the huge scores generally, but doing well enough to keep themselves in the games. The Borders have done a very excellent job for them.
Yes, speak about Campbell and Jordan. Jay Clark usually was the one who was positioned to open the batting at the start of the season. There's also Demel Evelyn, who's generally around. A few players out. Shakir Paris.
Oh yes, just back.
Just back.
Saw him at the ground yesterday.
Yeah, he was here yesterday. And so, but the batting is important batting lineup. And like I said, the big scores that we know we generally acquires, we haven't been hearing a lot of those.
But as you mentioned, not getting the best units together on a consistent basis. Actually, normally a team of some depth, so there are always reserves in the background, not necessarily so in recent times.
Just for the viewers, we can continue. This is the first game I think we've seen Bishop.
But yes, for the first time.
You know, Johan Lane and Blaze. They're two members of this lineup as well.
Same lineup. So one could imagine a full-fledged UWI side could very well be, well, on paper, quite a handful. The game has still got to be played out there on the grass. But as you said, the Johan Lanes, the Jetty Blaze, the Shakir Paris, the Mel Evelyn, are put together with the best players here. As you mentioned, a guy like Campbell would have been playing his trade in the first division, getting an opportunity now to play an extended period in the elite. Now a single gifted yet again to the opening pair.
Very back coming up. Taylor again this time, whistling that one into at the ball is
testing the fielders on the onside.
Let's say he had to get back at Paris.
Well, he surely did. Give the
score is now 1-1. He's speaking for
one overthrow each.
Yes. 1-1.
So Leacock now to bowl to Hans Campbell. On the hit, turned up to Paris at square leg. Straight to him this time.
See again the tendency to get that ball into the right-handed batter. See that in the shape. Just needs to get his alignment more consistent on that fourth stump.
With the wrist position. Get a stronger wrist behind the seam of the ball. Hear me talking as if I know what I'm talking about.
You've been around, you've seen some people do it. Get on the leg side and through the keeper. This would be boys. Again.
Coming back for the second. Keeping an eye on umpire Codrington.
So yeah, as you speak about that wrist behind the ball, and you can see just how he's aligning it, his alignment. Just
breaking away. There's also the issue of the head falling over. Again, listening to the great exponents talk about it. Wide of the off stump. So he did get the off stump part of it right, but this time the ball is traveling, angling away from the batter, not shaping back in. Look for some extra pace there too, one noticed. Yeah. But it's that falling away of the head and that left shoulder sometimes tends to see the ball pushed down the leg side. So Leacock completes another over. We have 5 and UWI 15 without loss. Definitely no effort here to push on the scoring with a view of taking on the rather onerous task of getting up to 204 runs. Currency to continue. Left arm slow. And off the back foot, punched up to Paris there at point, no run. So there's a slip of backward point. Cover, extra cover, long off. Deepish mid on. Straight mid wicket. And a deep mid wicket. Brain brought around to his left now, into a much straighter position. Currency left arm around. And pushed hard up towards the extra cover area. Nice movement. So Maynard has come back onto the ground. And Harbin apparently has vacated his position because we're now seeing Akeem Jordan, the other substitute fielder, standing at slip.
Safe hands. Pair of very safe hands at slip.
Good cricketer, Akeem Jordan. Good all-round cricketer. And also, you guaranteed 110% from him.
Very much so. Very passionate cricketer.
Has had his time, has been right to the very top. Travelled with the West Indies team. Quite prominent in the white ball game in the Caribbean, particularly the 50-over version.
He's done well for Barbados this year in the CG50s. It's really positioned Barbados into that final. Trinidad.
A member of a victorious, a championship CCC team a few seasons back under the then leadership of a Carlos Brathwaite.
Yep. And more recently, a member of the present winning Barbados side and under the leadership of Kyle Mears. So, player carrying a bit of an injury.
Yes, definitely. I mean, a guaranteed starter in this lineup, this Wildey lineup.
So like you said, don't think they're just more of a bad session here for the UE team. And see them challenging that 200 runs.
Oh yeah, that seems to be out of the question. So just the formalities to be completed. Remember, the innings started. Some 36 overs available, a minimum of 36 overs available. Leacock on the pads, right into the toes of Campbell.
Yeah, again, just seeing that shape.
That nice swerve. But getting the ball to swing, but swing quite early, so quite discernible to the batter. To see that ball out of the hands coming in to him, it would be more dangerous if he can get that ball to hang and then swing in late.
Remember, this coverage comes to you. Compliments of Barbados Cricket Association when putting together this stream just to see some of our better players showcasing their talents. And when you look at this game in particular, the number of first-class players on show and the quality that we have all around the ground.
Well, yes, we've got an initiative by the Barbados Cricket Association. I know a number of people in the diaspora, for instance, who are very happy to be able to have a first-hand look at some of the activity in our highest division here. I've spoken to some people in North America, a couple in England, and they are very appreciative of the opportunity, you know, to almost feel home on Saturday and Sunday afternoons.
And to hear your lovely voice.
Well, I haven't had that compliment yet.
I was just complimenting you.
Well, yes, thank you very much.
Not to leave out our producer, Jalea.
And the producer agrees.
Keeps
Push to
us.
me. Hope I don't mind the lovely voice. I hope I'm making sense.
Oh, they call you back.
But yeah, sounds like a friend of mine, Andy. And just if you can get a little light banter here. I went to karaoke one night and I sang a song. I had a friend here from New York. When I got back to the table, he turned and told me, well, at least nobody left the shop
There you go.
while you were singing. So you weren't running people away. Steered away. Square on the offside, diving effort there by Currency. The ball this time has enough legs to get into the rope at deep point. So it seems that running a bit faster there in that area, Andy, because we've seen a couple of balls pull up in the area of deep third. But this time, this one a lot squarer. Again, getting on top of the bounce. And
Can tell you what, man, that one was well timed. That was an excellent shot. Said timing on top of the bounce on that one was excellent.
yeah, seems to love that shot, Campbell. Goes into double figures with that boundary. Short over the off stump. Just slightly outside the off stump. And Campbell just holding his position, allowing it through to the keeper. So Leacock now bowling his fourth over, getting a bit of an extended spell with the new ball.
If you call it that. But yeah, good opportunity for him really to just get a good ball on his belt. So 204 runs, 36 overs. Don't seem like the UWI batters are going to challenge that. So just a good opportunity really to allow the faster man in this lineup to get himself a spell. And you've seen him get the ability to swing the ball back into the right-hander. He hasn't been as consistent on the offside as he was like, but he looks the part.
Still a couple of series left in this competition. The 7th series of matches, Andy.
7 series,
Yeah,
2 series to go.
Still got two series left. And I think there was some discussion about the point standing before I came on for this stint. But it appears, from all appearances, it seems as if the positions at the top, the standings at the top will remain quite congested at the end of this series.
Well, I think Windward, they're looking to probably complete a victory against the youth. You know, they just had a target of 16 runs for a victory target. And moving from 36 points, probably picking up 20 in this game, pushed them up the table and in a bit more of a comfortable position.
Yes, but none of the teams at the top seemingly are going to be able to break away from the rest of the pack and open up a gap. In the meantime, we see umpire Jalissa Callender looking towards her partner Sherwin Codrington, because we are seeing some precipitation beginning to come across the ground. The rains are here with us. Some cloud has come over. Not a very heavy shower, and some indecision as to whether we are going to come off or not. Yes, Codrington is actually asking the ground staff to bring the covers on as it gets a bit heavier. One expects it to be a fairly sharpest heavy drizzle at this point in time.
Well, it looks like they're going to continue, man.
Don't know what is in the offing in the background. So, as I said, a bit toing and froing. The batsmen are quite keen to head back to the pavilion.
As they would be.
But it seems as if that sharp, like I said, that sharp drizzle has already begun to subside. And the batsmen now having to return. So they were quite keen halfway to the pavilion. The batsmen Jordan and Campbell. The Wildey fielders a bit more reluctant to leave the field.
This is the glorious thing about this game. When you're in the advantage, you know, you want everything to go your way.
And I always argue, people follow sport in blinkers. Depending on which way the pendulum is swinging,
Yes.
you tend to see people sway as a currency now. So we have resumed. Looking for that big drive there is Jordan, I think, into the shin pads of the McCaskey there under the Badatsili point. Shin pads and helmet. Crouches now as currencies into Jordan on the leg stump, tickled away down to fine leg. Just a single. Ball almost pulling up by the time Akeem Jordan from slip reaches up with it, catches up with it.
He wears that number 47. Popular number, Wayne, in
Yes,
West Indies cricket.
Well, yes, very well known, prominent number 2.
I think we're going to ask Rashawn Hackett. He comes a call in soon. Who would have worn that number 47?
I think, yeah, that's, I believe that is common.
Well,
Because that's current. That's current. I think Rashawn may have a challenge when we come to past and history, but I think that is very current as current season. 2 ball to Campbell, gets a run in the dark, maybe 2. Ball coming off the inside edge and going down, much quicker down to that fine leg position again. And this time they come back for a second run as
But the rain
returns. The rain returns again, fairly strong.
Heavier this time.
Well, heavier this time, in fact. And this time for sure, the players are going to leave the middle and the ground staff will bring the covers on. So, as has been the trend in this game, the rain has made its entrance one more time as we have an interruption here with the UWI in their first innings. 20 for no loss after 7 overs. After 8 overs, in fact, 20 for no loss. Or 22, in fact, for no loss. Jordan 7, Campbell 12. And I think any chances of anything other than a team draw and a no decision being the outcome in this match are put to rest. Although we see some clearing out towards the east as the cloud seems to be skewing over. Nothing else in the background, so most probably we will have some resumption of play. The cover is very much in place. The members of the ground staff joined by the captain of the UE side, Kyle Corbin, in the middle. So they're going to continue the vigil as they recognize that the shower almost abated now, and soon the umpires may be asking to have the covers removed. As I say, welcome back to Rashawn Hackett for the first time for the match. We are back together again.
I thank you very much.
With pleasure.
It's always a pleasure, Wayne. I thank you very much for that welcome. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all of our viewers, Wayne. It is always a pleasure to be beside you. Anytime I'm beside you, I'm sure to learn something. So I know that I will be in to learn something this afternoon. But as it stands, the rains have come once again here at this UWI ground. And who wears number 47? Andy's asking me for which team?
Who makes that? Who? I think he's asking who has made the number 47 popular in West Indies cricket.
In West Indies cricket?
Yeah, Akeem Jordan is wearing number 47 in the Wildey outfit. And he noticed that he was wearing number 47. A prominent, well, let's say a number of a very prominent West Indian cricketer of the last decade or two.
Of the last decade or two. All right. What we can do, right? Can I ask you some questions first? Because I have a couple names on my mind. Is it a pace bowler? All-rounder?
Well, yeah, it was pace, medium pace, not out.
A white ball specialist?
Well, no, you seem to have the answer, right?
Is it Bravo?
You have the answer.
Okay,
right?
that was the first name that came to my mind.
Once you said white ball specialist, you had the answer.
That was the first name that came to my mind.
Dwayne DJ Bravo.
Yes, that's a pretty easy one, though, when you think of 47.
That number 47. And, it's a number that stands out, whenever I see a cricketer in number 47, immediately, that is DJ Bravo. I mean, what's the number for let's say, Kyron Pollard?
Kyron Pollard, 55.
Well, okay. So you know that very well. I was trying to think of somebody else whose number may not have been. But again, like I said, this is of current vintage. But yes, we are straying away basically in the conversation because no play here in the middle, and this game, as far as any particular interest is concerned, just the a matter of the formalities. No, with the Wildey team having done very well. Well, let's go back to the from the beginning though, Rashawn. Wildey coming here today at 61 for 4, having lost the first 4 in the batting order. There was always the possibility that the UWI side might have been able to get among the middle order, but the lower middle order, get themselves in a position where they can get the Wildey team dismissed and then look to getting first in his points and finishing with as many as say 7 points in the game, 7 even more because 200, say 9 points in the match. As it turned out, Wildey were able to defy them along the way, only losing the 2 wickets before that declaration came, and actually finishing their innings in a much stronger than UWI, and now eliminating any possibility of any further points for the UWI side, who you remember these 2 teams coming into this series very closely tied, just 2 points separating the two sides.
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's a matter of points here at this point in the game, but I don't think that any team will be able to get any points here currently. You could not have put it any better. I think that coming into today's play, Wildey, they did a tremendous job to get up to 200 plus with just losing 2 wickets after coming back from being 61 for 4. Neymar Bolden, he batted so well for his 55 runs. Shane Parrish, he contributed with 20, but another half century from Carlos Maynard, 53 from 90. I think that was the turning point for Wildey, along with Bolden's innings. Those 2, the way they approached their batting, they approached it so technically. Those 2 are excellent. And Jerome Jones, 22 from 48. So a brilliant job from this Wildey team to secure some batting points. But now, with the rains being in play and limited time and overs left, I don't think we will see either of these teams getting points unless Wildey can pull off a spectacular bowling performance and get 5 quick wickets. But UWI, do you think that they stand a chance to get any batting points, Wayne?
Definitely not. Normally I don't call cricket. I allow the cricket to play out in the middle. But in this particular case, where we've had this interruption, the 36 overs, the slowness of the outfield, the factor of the light, which is going to be, I suspect, play a part within an hour or so. No, definitely no chance of getting up to 200. And the approach from the opening batsman also, if that is any indication, they have no intention of actually trying to get up to that almost improbable mark of 200. But the players making their way back out into the middle, and it looks as if the captain, Jerome Jones, is now going to bring himself into the attack, bowling his version of left arm slow orthodox, replacing Jaden Leacock, who had the privilege of bowling the new ball. So this rain is gone, all the clouds have blown over. We see them going over towards the sea on the western side, and looking quite clear over there in the east where the weather normally comes from. So it will be Jones, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Hans Campbell. 22 without loss after 8 overs.
Yes, Jerome Jones comes into the attack. One of Wildey's leading wicket takers for the competition so far. 29 wickets in his 12 innings. He's been prolific with the ball all season. So the intentions here are clear from Wildey. There are 2 leading wicket takers into the attack, Jerome Jones along with Desmond Currency. They're still in search of some bowling points, knowing Wildey, they will not give up until it's the very last ball. They will fight and fight hard for these bowling points. So Jerome Jones, he comes in to Hans Campbell.
5 wickets the requirement to get any bowling points.
Starts with a good delivery.
Field, nothing noticeable about the field, just a slip. Conventional field setting. There's the man at forward short leg and the mandatory slip. Protection in the deep mid wicket.
Cutting that one away, and that one will run all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So a good shot there from Hans Campbell, getting a bit of room, and he just extended his arms through it. What a shot.
Well, hanging that ball outside the off stump. Jones, quite inauspicious delivery, wide of the off stump, short, and Campbell having all the time in the room he needed to pick his spot. And here we see it in review as he goes on to the back foot and again choosing to go to the left of that man at square cover, in between the backward point and the cover.
That's a good follow-up delivery. Hans Campbell, he's been very organized this inning so far. 16 from 27 deliveries, but what I admired about him so much that I heard you and Andy Payne talking about is the way he back foot punches the ball. A true batsman shot. Anytime I see that shot, Wayne, I agree with you. It's one of high quality, high class.
Well, yes, it says something about that batter.
Shot, and that one is coming all the way at us. 6 runs for Hans Campbell.
Just easing into that shot. We see it, we get a chance to look at it a second time. Just languidly onto the front foot and all timing, keeping his shape beautifully, all timing and stroking that ball, the ball traveling all the way over the rope at long off. Really lovely hands by hands.
Incredible. The timing on that shot was impeccable. The balance was incredible. How will Jerome Jones return after already being struck for 2 boundaries?
Much flatter trajectory this time, not giving it the amount of air, not floating it up as the previous delivery. Still continuing to keep his mid-off and mid-on in, so looking to encourage Campbell to look for those big shots.
Well, I don't think that Wildey will mind the runs right now. I believe that's what they would want, to see the UE team taking risks, going after the runs, because risk results in wickets falling oftentimes. 32 without loss, 9 overs completed.
Well, yes, and the over getting through Jones, his first over. As the young pair, Campbell and Jordan. Players in your vintage, your age range, Rashawn.
Yes, Hans Campbell and Kyle Jordan, I know them very well. I actually would have opened the batting once or twice with Kyle Jordan playing for the BCA youth team. He's always been an incredible player. Very attacking batsman, gets the ball off of him, and his technique is incredible.
Full of shots.
Full of shots. I think Kyle is developing really nicely as a batsman as he punches that one. No run. And Hans Campbell, haven't played any cricket with him. He's a bit older than I am, but I know him very well. Incredible batsman as well.
Opportunity to have a run in the elite team with the absence of the players like Damel Evelyn and Shakir Paris with the West Indies A and emerging teams, those two.
Well, and Hans Campbell, he's cashed in on each and every opportunity that he's had to play this season. Coming into this game, he had some incredible scores, 147 versus the Empire team. He followed it up with 77 in that same game, and then the very next game versus Windward, he scored 58 and 22, and versus Pickwick, 34 and 12. So, in just 3 games leading up to this one, he amassed 350 runs.
Rich vein of form seems to have struck.
Yes, averaging 70 as well. So Hans Campbell, he's taken a hold of this opportunity that he's been given.
And I think all this came after 100 in the first division competition at the start of the season too.
Well, it just goes to show the season that he's been having so far. That's what happens when preparation meets opportunity.
Equals productivity.
Productivity. I love that one.
Off the back foot. But UWI started very, very slowly. I think of you concerning thoughts would have gone through the supporters of the UWI side. They really flopped and succumbed quite easily to Gladiola in that very first game of the season. But you know, they say the only way from rock bottom is up.
Only way from rock bottom is up. You can't go through the sea floor.
Unless you can find another trapdoor. But since then, we have seen them really press on in the different direction and have found themselves in a position to actually challenge for the leadership in the championship. Just some 10 points off the lead coming in to this round of matches. I think looking like they will have to satisfy themselves with the 3 points from this match, those 2 bowling points plus the 1 point that they should get when this game comes to an end in a no decision.
Yes, so 10 overs completed, 33 without loss. Speaking on points though, as it currently stands, Gladiola, they're up to 81 points, and this is after the points that the teams would have achieved in this series. Gladiola, they're up to 81 points. Spartan, 78. Empire, 75. UWI, 71 points. Wildey up to 69. So that's the top 5 in the competition right now. YMPC, 66 points. Pickwick, 64. Jerome Jones continues. Just guiding that one behind point. They come for the first run. They'll look for the second. And they'll get there. So good running here from this UWI side. Kyle Jordan goes up to 10. Hans Campbell, he's there on 22. It's a feature of these UE batsmen that has been very, very good against the left arm spinner. They've been cutting the ball nicely. Along with the pacers, their offside stroke play has been incredible. They've been punching nicely, cutting nicely, both Jordan and Hans Campbell. Driven, no run though.
Hard into the ground, but it still says from what you've been telling me, Rashawn, that it's going to be very congested. It still is going to remain quite congested at the top of the standings whenever we finished today's round of matches.
Yes, and after achieving an outright win Windward, they've moved up to 48 points. I think that there are a couple more points to be added on, though.
I think, well, Windward, I think they started this series with some 36
points, and they would have gained
20. So that should take them up to 56.
That should take them up to 56 points.
Although it might not change their position in the standings, it's much healthier as far as the number of points achieved is concerned.
Yes, the Windward will still sit in 9th position, but they're much closer to the pack now.
And should Wanderers not be able to pull off a victory, that should be in their favor. They draw a bit closer to the Wanderers team, the team ahead of them coming into this round. Another over completed, 35 without loss, 11 of the possible 36 overs. I'm sure that some adjustment was made to the numbers of overs available because of that short interruption for rain, maybe an over or 2 having been deducted.
Yes, we've now entered into the last hour of play. It's currently 4:36, and the players are still out there. So this tells us that Wildey, they're going after these bowling points.
Did we get the indication of the 15 overs we get? Well, no, it would not be there yet, because if they're 36, then that would come after 21 overs.
Oh, yes, my apologies. Andy did tell me earlier that it's a matter of overs and not time.
Not time, yes. It's a matter of
Yes,
when that final hour begins at the start of the final 15 overs.
correct, because we are in the final day of play. Desmond Currency continues. UWI trailing by 169 runs.
This pair has looked quite comfortable, though. The openers here for UWI. No real problems being. I can't think of one possible chance.
Yes, they've looked very, very comfortable at the crease. And I think this is just a matter of them having a net session, spending some time in the middle, because I don't get the impression that they're going after these 204 runs. I just get the impression that they're out there to spend some time in the middle, but feel good before the next series of games.
Yes, and the pitch itself has settled down well. It's played well throughout the day. There was some concern with that spot from yesterday that caused the loss of the entire day's play. There was some concern that might have been a problem, but it has turned out to play very, very well, the pitch, and enjoyed by everyone who has batted on it. The Pacers, nothing, no movement, no seam movement for the Pacers. There was some purchase for the spinners, but it has been slow turn and very easy to negotiate.
Yes, the wicket has not looked to be one that has been too difficult to bat on.
Again, we see an example there where Jordan choosing to play the ball off the pitch and having enough time to a delivery, which pitch very close to him, but still having enough time to get back and decide where he's going to play it.
Swept. And that one will run into the boundary for 4 runs. So more runs for this UWI side.
Almost effortlessly playing that sweet shot, Kyle Jordan, outside the leg stump and just going with the tide and just almost just a flick of the wrist. No real high back lift, very little back lift there we see, just flicking it at the moment of contact and running it up towards the deep square leg boundary for 4. Nicely executed.
Pure timing. Nicely executed, as you stated. Currency just getting a bit too straight there.
Yeah, it's created a lot of problems. There's been Currency in this innings.
Oh, and he goes up in the air. And it lands safely just over the head of Shenaldo Taylor.
I think the shot was on, not executed very well by Jordan. It's kind of leaning back. A right long hop, and he could have chosen to hit it any place he wanted to, but I thought he complicated the shot by actually leaning back away from the line of delivery, eventually coming off the bottom of his bat and the ball hanging in the air. A slight chance to the fielder running back from mid-on, but he made enough of a contact with it to keep it clear of the fielder.
Yes, and that fielder was Jaden Leacock, in fact, but he just overcomplicated that shot. I think it was a delivery that he was stroking through the offside so nicely earlier, but he just looked as if he wanted to hit that one out of the ground all the way into the university complex. So he gets a life.
Almost to repeat, almost a cliche now in cricket commentary, losing his shape.
Losing his shape, correct. 41 with no loss, 12 overs completed. Jerome Jones continues.
It's whippy action of Jerome Jones. Not one who you see coming from delivering from a high, from that high point that you see in some of the great left-arm orthodox spinners. I don't know if you probably a bit too young to have seen Winston Reid bowl, would you?
I have not seen Winston Reid bowl. I've heard a lot about him, but can you tell us a bit more about Winston Reid? How did he use the bowl?
Well, Winston Reid, one of the best ever left-arm orthodox spinners produced in the West Indies, not only Barbados. Unfortunate never to have had the opportunity to play at the higher level, but one who totally dominated over the years at the local level, got hundreds of wickets, bowling a man of a great exponent of the art, lots of variety. And by the time he finished his career, he was a master at bowling that slow left arm stuff. And as I said, he in his earlier days delivered from quite high, got the ball to dip, put a lot of revs on the ball as he got older. The arm began to drop, a lot more of variety in pace. Great arm ball. I mean, everything that you could think about for the left arm orthodox spinner, Winston Reid. And as we speak here, Rashawn, me and my history lessons. And believe it or not, myself and Winston Reid had our very first games for the YMPC club in the intermediate division right here on this ground at the University of the West Indies. Winston Reid making his debut as a young spinner, teenage spinner, Wayne Holder just into his 20s as a wicket keeper. Winston Reid, I remember, got up a 5-wicket haul in the second innings, and I remember Wayne Holder getting 5 victims for Winston Reid in the match off Winston Reid alone. A couple of stumpings and some catches behind the wicket. So this ground here has fond memories for me when I talk about Winston Reid. We played together in a YMPC side for about 4 or 5 seasons before I moved off the scene. Winston continued to produce for YMPC before he moved on to the then Banks Club in Wildey, which eventually ended up at another part of Wildey after the closure of that facility there on the main highway, and they went over to the then Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, and thereby taking the name Wildey with them. Winston Reid, very much a Wildey man, a Banks man, and a great bowler.
Wow, what a player he was. And he never went on to represent Barbados.
He played for Barbados.
Oh, never
yes,
went on to play for the West Indies.
He didn't get
right,
the
my
opportunity
apologies.
to play. He didn't get that opportunity to play for the West Indies. There are those of us who believe he should have, but then again, it's just a matter of opinion, and and he never got that opportunity to put it that. Winston Reid is now the head. I don't know if you still use the word groundsman, but I think in charge of the ground at Kensington Oval, a job he has held for quite a few years now since his retirement as a player.
So a true servant to the game then.
Very much so.
But I must ask though, you told me that he performed very well at the local level. How did he perform at the regional level?
At the regional level, right. As I said, he did well enough to have had, I think he was in contention with, then I think the player who got the nod ahead of him would have been a Neil McGarrell out of Guyana, who similarly left-arm orthodox spinner. And I think it came down to a situation of either of the two of them, and McGarrell would have gotten the nod ahead of Winston.
Wow, a tremendous player Winston Reid was.
But yes, still very much involved with the Wildey club. And I'm sure anyone from Wildey, they will speak very, very highly of Winston Reid. Like I said, we played together at YMPC then, and he moved on, transferred his services to Wildey. He played for Banks and then the Wildey clubs.
A great history lesson indeed, Wayne. I've now learned so much. So I assume that you enjoyed wicket-keeping to Winston bowling.
Definitely, Winston Reid. Like I said, he had the ability to spin the ball away from the right-handed batsman, provided with a number of stumpings, and also he had an excellent, like I said, an excellent arm ball where himself, I remember him in tandem with the much older Arlington Hunt, who was at one point our captain of a young group of players at YMPC, and Winston Reid and Arlington Hunt, a pair of left-arm spinners operating together. It was always a joy as the keeper, to stand up to those guys and see them performing their art.
Well, new bowler into the attack, Tariq O'Neill.
The off-spinner.
The off-spinner, who's been doing so well as of recently.
47, 13.4 overs gone. So we'll begin the mandatory 15 overs in the final hour once we've completed the 21st over here. It'll be interesting to see if the teams decide to carry through to the very end. It's now just gone past a quarter to 5, and with the light expected to fade once we get up towards that 5:30 hour. Clouds settling in the west. Still quite even light, not a problem at all at this point in time.
47 for none, 14 overs done. Jerome Jones continues.
157 runs away from that 204.
Well, I think we can count that out of the picture, and I don't think that those 157 runs will be coming into play this evening.
Definitely not today. It's unfortunate, though, that we had to lose as much time as we did in this match yesterday. All except for one spot on the pitch. Cricket is such a game, Rashawn. Outfield in good shape, the rest of the pitch in good shape, the weather are cooperated, but just the one spot on the pitch. Nothing doing.
Absolutely.
Only in cricket.
Only in cricket. But what I love about cricket, and a lot of sports in general, is the fact that it's always fair. So, UWI not having the opportunity to get maximum batting points, and Wildey, they've been left with very slim time, so they won't have the opportunity to maximize and get bowling points. So it's, regardless of what happens, it always balances out in cricket, and I love that about it.
Great leveler. I call cricket the game of life. You know, there's any situation that you can find yourself occurring in life, you can also get occurring in cricket, in the game of cricket.
Absolutely.
The game of life.
Absolutely.
Today you're up, tomorrow you're not.
And that's what the greats say. The greats would always tell you, Wayne, that regardless of how you performed last innings, you always have to start back at 0, and that's the thing about cricket. So you can't get too high nor too low. You just have to stay neutral.
Staying with it. You're as good as your last performance. Jones having a bit of a laugh. I think with the umpire, Codrington. As he continues. Running away from us here in the pavilion and down the ground, straight down the ground. 2 bounces and a roll across the rope. That's 4 runs to Kyle Jordan.
Good shot there from Kyle Jordan. Just taking that one back over Jones's head. 4 runs. Jordan and Campbell building a nice partnership here. Let's have a look back at it. Over pitch delivery. Just hits it straight back over the bowler's head powerfully.
Here's a man back at long off, the mid-on inside the rope, but he hit that straight. I think that was made the shot very safe.
And the 50 came up for the UWI side.
What, the 50? Jones again looking to tempt Jordan, but if you notice, this one was a bit closer to the bat, and Jordan not falling for the trap, coming onto the front foot, and not having his hands, not giving his hands on that occasion, and just pushing it back along the track to the bowler. So the 50 up in the 15th over, 51 without loss. Another half-century partnership between this opening pair.
Umpire Codrington just having a look at his watch now. He's probably wondering the same thing that we are. When are these guys going to shake hands? I don't think that at this time in the evening much can happen from here, but cricket has a funny way of things transpiring, so we'll see what happens.
It just takes 1 ball to get a wicket.
And 5 balls to get 5.
It has been done.
It has been done. Tariq O'Neill continues, though. Another prolific wicket taker for this Wildey side. 27 wickets in this season so far. And impressively, last game, he picked up 7 for 31 in the first innings and 5 for 11 in the second, as he now looks to get... Oh, and that one lands safely. I thought he had Campbell, but it had just enough to go over the head.
In the air, always going away from Jerome Jones running back from mid-off. But Campbell not quite to the pitch and looking for the lofted drive down the ground. Just like I said, always going away from Jones though. I never thought Jones never got himself into a position where he can actually get a hand on it. Got to be careful though, Campbell.
Oh, that one just turned behind square. It runs close to the boundary, but Bolden does well. They'll come back for 2 runs.
Well, yes, delivery starting on the leg stump and spinning down the leg side. And Campbell going with it tight. It was in the air, but nowhere close to the man under the helmet, nor Bolden at backward square. So Campbell up to 33. Total 55 without loss.
That one is driven aerially, lands behind point.
Getting a bit careless now, I think I'd have to say, Campbell. Another decision, another delivery outside the off stump, wide of the off stump this time. Again, looking to play the attacking lofted shot. This time it peeling off the outer half of the bat and eluding the fielder at backward point, Shane Paris. So as I said, a couple of loose shots there by Campbell, lapsing concentration. Luckily for him, he's off the strike. You know, they say sometimes in situations like that, the best place to bat is at the non-striker's end.
It's true, you know.
Give himself an opportunity to regain his composure.
Absolutely. And I think that's what Campbell needs right now. 2 loose strokes in this over. Jordan just pummeling that one through the offside. 4 runs.
Oh, he banged that. Hit it hard. No chance for the man at the short cover, and never any opportunity for Jones at mid-off. As they say, another long-time saying in cricket, not a man move.
Well, the body language really says it for the Wildey side right now. They just look dejected. They're trying everything, and that delivery told me everything that I needed to see. Just a hit-me delivery tossed up. As we would say, they're trying to buy them now. Let's have a look back at it. Just flighted, over pitch. It really was a hit-me delivery, and Jordan did exactly that. He put it away. 4 runs.
Pummeled it through the covers.
Yeah, so this Wildey side, they're trying everything, but no luck. Another one. Yep. I think this is the time that we should just shake hands, Wayne.
Given the treatment.
2 hit-me deliveries. They're trying to buy them. They're just trying. I don't know if I would call that trying. He just threw it up in the air.
All the pace off, 41 miles per hour. Nice, juicy full toss. And I think the only problem that Jordan might have had there is that he had too many options. But he chose the right one. He hit down the ground a very, very long way down the ground, and out of the ground it went for a 6. I think that's the first 6 hit by Jordan.
Yes, so 72 without the loss.
And if we
72 without loss, 16 overs completed.
So we're counting down the overs now, I think. From this end. Not so sure how it is with the players in the middle. But another 4 overs before we get, well, another 5 overs before we get into that final 15.
66 without loss. Desmond Currency continues.
Well, he's continues taking over from his captain at this end. Currency switch from the southern end. As this ball, will it make it to the rope? No, it pulls up just a matter of some 4 inches from the rope, giving Carlos Maynard enough time to get back and retrieve. I think the batsman picking up 2 runs in the process, is it? Yes, because Campbell would have been the batter on strike. So 2 runs to Campbell, as we see slight hold up in play. I think a change of gloves for Jordan.
Campbell just very watchful on that occasion.
Again, we got the chance to see the speed gun in operation and see the variations in pace, particularly for the spin bowlers. 45 the previous delivery, 46 this one, miles per hour that is. Currency into ball to Campbell. Campbell is just easily onto the front foot. 48 miles per hour. Halfway in the 17th over.
Bit of tweaking the field going on now. Long off just
I think
comes.
it may have been someone in front of the side screen. Get the
Oh.
impression. As this one is worked away behind square. Easy couple of runs to be had. So Campbell moving up with those 2 runs. Total up to 70. Campbell on 36.
Flighted delivery, and Hank Campbell takes that one down the ground for 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Hans Campbell. 6. Currency flighting that one, and Campbell giving it the full treatment. Closes out the over with a boundary.
No pun intended, Rashawn. I love Hans Campbell hands.
Let's have a look back at it. Flighted.
Beautifully, just easing into the shot. And that last moment, timing it and choosing his spot over long on.
And look at the balance. Just maintains the pose. That is execution at its finest.
Well done. So, I think the ball having been retrieved. 76 it is. Be without loss. If you want to wait. Now Captain Jones having switched himself now. So we've seen currency switch from the south to this, the Robertson holding end, and Jones, who had been operating from this end, now gone down to the Ramblin and Valentine southern end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Kyle Jordan. Jones gets this one to bite a bit.
That's a ripper. Turning sharply. Turn and bounce from Jerome Jones. Just utilizing that grass in front of Jordan.
To the front foot this time. Genuinely beaten on this occasion. Spinning past the outer edge of the bat.
Lots of oohs and ahs.
It's prompted a change in the field.
Second slip goes in now. And Shenaldo Taylor comes from deep mid-wicket into that short mid-wicket position. Well played. Onto the front foot.
Getting that left pad out towards the pitch quite early. Smothering any spin that there may have been. Ball keeping a bit low. As this UWI opening pair enjoying some good batting in a nice relaxed atmosphere. No pressure whatsoever. No target to be attained. The pitch playing quite placidly. So it's almost like an open net session. A session in the middle. Practice session in the middle for them in particular. I think the Wildey team, they're too going through the motions.
Well, I'm sure some people would be asking if Wildey just want to bowl at UWI because nothing threatening happening here. They're still opting to continue bowling.
Well, yes, we've got, no, we are, like I said, we are counting the overs down. I think that is the countdown from here. And we've had 18 overs completed. Remember, 36 overs available at the start of this innings for the remainder of the day. And that will include the final 15 in the last hour. Onto the back foot.
Bit of mind games going on in the middle. Campbell offering to pick up the ball, but the Wildey players telling him, don't you do it.
Whether they told him or not, I think he didn't get permission. And quite sensibly, keeping his hands off the ball.
That would be an unfortunate way to go.
We've seen it happen at the very highest level. One remembers Desmond Haynes being out, handled the ball in a test match in India. Lots of controversy, but at the end of the day, the history will show Desmond Haynes was dismissed. Also had the famous Ben Stokes situation, which is different situation altogether though to the Desmond Haynes one. I think the ball thrown back at the stumps and he chose to catch it.
Yes, I do remember what you're referring to.
But cricket a game of, you talk about the fairness, but cricket a game of rules. And it's always best to play within the rules of the game. Off the back foot, hit up to Taylor deep at cover. And the batsmen exchange ends. Jordan comes on strike. Campbell maybe having the luxury of a half century, looking in a half century, now 143. And we'll have the strike at the start of the next over. This Pierce now having added some 77 and 19 overs for this first wicket.
A really good partnership building between these two. They've gone about their batting sensibly. I like the way that they've approached it. Just patient and umpired. Calendar now signaling that we're in to the last hour of play.
What it tells me though, Sean, without it being official or getting it officially, is that 2 overs had been reduced from the amount available because of that shower. Because if at 19 overs and they signal disconcertingly from a good length, playing on the back foot Campbell, getting it down into the slips all along the ground. Short, looking again, looking to give himself room to get that ball into the offside. Following him almost.
Just pulling away from that one. Needs to get a bit closer into it.
Quite deceptive bowler, Jerome Jones.
That's a good ball.
I think one of his major strengths is his ability to almost deceive the batsman with his lengths. We've seen batsmen play back to deliveries or pitching a bat too close to them. trajectory from which he releases in the air. It's going to fall short, though, of O'Neal at long off. Again, not quite to the pitch, Campbell, but going through with the shot. Luckily for him, not having the power to carry it all the way to the fielder, who is right back on the rope at long off. The one fielder that Jones has employed in the deep, as Jordan is coming on to the front foot, getting in that big stride, probably getting that left pad outside the off stump, as the first of the mandatory 15 overs in the last hour comes to an end. UWI 78 for no loss.
And it looks like the game has come to an end as players are shaking hands. So Jerome Jones calls it quits. And that's it. The game will end in a draw. UWI 78 without loss. 20 overs completed.
Stalemate. I think that's the best description. If you were to describe this game in one word, I would use the word stalemate. Still, these two teams, nothing separating them at the end of the match. Still 2 points behind Wildey UWI going into the next round of matches. 78 without loss. The opening partnership between Kyle Jordan and Hans Campbell. Campbell finishing on a 44 not out, and Jordan on 31. We've had some 20 overs bowled, and with some, again, I think the rain beginning to threaten once again. A light drizzle coming across as the ground staff takes the cover out to the middle. That is it for this match. A match badly affected by the weather and the conditions. We lost an entire day's play at more than half, the entire second day's play and more than half of the first day. And eventually, no surprise that none of the teams able to take any particular advantage. What we can say is that both teams collecting 3 points, and the gap between them remaining the same, as I said, going into the next series of matches. I don't know if we may want to have a look into what is due to transpire in the 8th and penultimate round of the competition, Rashawn.
Oh, certainly, we can have a look. In Series 8, we see Wildey going up against ASA Field, Pickwick at Dash Valley. YMPC face Empire at Beckles Road. UWI against BCA Youth at the 3Ws Oval. Gladiola against Wanderers at Rice's. And Windward against Fusion's Boutique Spartan at Lucas Street. So, an exciting round 8 upcoming. Points.
As it affects, though, Rashawn, as it affects these two teams involved with us here, ESA Field, Pickwick, Wildey entertaining them at Dash Valley, and the university taking on the Signia Globe Financial BCA Youth. What do you see as the prospects for the two teams, Wildey and UWI?
Well, UWI versus the Signia Globe BCA Youth team. One would assume that they'd get the better of the youth team, but the last time I said that, the youth team shocked everyone, and we saw a magnificent 150 from Malik Amy. So I would not count out the youth team, but I would just think that the UE team would think they'd get the better of the BCA youth team. And Wildey versus Pickwick, I think we have a good game on our hands. I genuinely and truthfully believe that. I can't say that I would point out a winner. Who would you say that you would give one team the upper hand?
Well, Wildey at Dash Valley will definitely have the advantage over the ESA Field Pickwick team, but Pickwick, a much more senior side, maybe more difficult for them to conjure up an outright win there in Wildey. But UWI, the way things have gone generally for the BCA youth team, I think UWI will favor their chances of picking up maybe maximum points, or at least scoring an outright win against the very inexperienced Barbados youth team. I also think, Rashawn, you can correct me if I am wrong. The Barbados under 19 team travels this week.
I believe so. I think they travel this week. Yes, I heard
So,
some of the guys talking about it.
so what are you going to have a weakened BCA youth team also for the next round of matches? So that would also favor the UWA's chances of looking to really take advantage of the inexperienced young team.
That is absolutely correct. So I'm sure that the UWI side would look to maximize and get full points from that game, and those points would do them good. Wildey versus Pickwick, I think we have a good game on our hands. I genuinely and truthfully believe so. Two sides which have both experience and youth, but it will be a good game at Dash Valley. As you said, Wildey will have the upper hand playing at home, but that takes nothing away from the Pickwick side. A team that has done fairly decent this series, going up against YMPC. Let me see what has happened in that game. Match drawn. YMPC 209 for 10 in response. Pickwick 203 all out. YMPC 190 for 9. And the ESA Field Pickwick side 66 for 2 before they decided that they would call it a drawn game. So
Pickwick is a team not known for winning a lot of matches, but not an easy team to defeat outright either.
yes, they're a team that doesn't win, as you said, but doesn't lose. They hang in there for the draw. They've not been having the best of seasons so far.
But are good enough to maintain a position in the middle of the standings. And as I said, not a team renowned for scoring or playing attacking cricket, let's put it that way, and winning matches. But again, not one easily to lose outright. And actually, again, looking at this fixture here, looking a bit further towards the last round of matches, interestingly, Rashawn, who do you think that will they have in their final game? None other than Signia Grove Financial, BCA Youth in the final game, also at Dash Valley. Again, we also got to take into account the weather, which has had, we've had a long run, the season starting a lot earlier this year, and starting out in the dry period, and we got a lot of uninterrupted cricket at the start of the first half of the season. But now we've seen the rain beginning to show its head, and that can also be a factor coming on to the end of the season.
Absolutely. So the BCA Youth have UWI and Wildey to go up for their last two games, and a weekend team at that for the BCA Youth, as the under-19 team will be traveling. So I'm sure that both Wildey and UWI will look to take full advantage of that game. An exciting Series 8 and Series 9 that we have, though.
I'm sure UWI are relishing the prospect of playing that BCAU side come next weekend. Hopefully, the weather will cooperate and we will get some matches played uninterrupted. But here in this one, the two teams not making a great deal of advances through no fault of their own. Mother Nature having her say, as she sometimes does.
Yes, Wayne, but let's have a wrap-up of today's game. Wildey having won the toss and batting first, 204 for 6, declared in what was a heavily rain-affected innings. The lead performers from that innings, Carlos Maynard, 53 from 90 deliveries, 53 not out, and Neymar Bowden, 55 from 92. Those two played masterfully. They constructed their innings. They knew when to be aggressive. They knew when to be patient. Good knocks from those two, and there were also contributions from Shane Paris, who scored 20, and Captain Jerome Jones, 22. But we can't forget Zachary McCaskey at the top, who added 20 from 48 deliveries. But with the ball for the UWI side, it was all about Calvin Marcus, who picked up 2 wickets for 30 runs in his 12 overs, and Joshua Bishop, 2 wickets for 58 runs in 22 overs. So a long spell for Joshua Bishop, Javid Leacock, and Shamar Holder picking up 1 apiece. In response, UWI 78 without loss, Kyle Jordan 31 from 65 deliveries, and Hans Campbell 44 from 55 deliveries before the players decided to shake hands and call it a day. So a game which has been heavily affected by rain, but some good performances nonetheless. Kyle Jordan and Hans Campbell, those two finished out in strong form. I think that they would take today into the next series of games. But Wayne, what has been your assessment of the game?
Well, the weather actually was the winner here in the end. But we did see some decent cricket. We saw a lot of fight coming from both teams. UWI having lost the toss and doing very well on the first day, picking up those 4 wickets and putting themselves in a very strong position. And then we saw the resilience of this Wildey side coming back and making sure that the university team were unable to take any particular advantage, and it eventually very evenly contested game in the limited time in which it was possible.
Well, Wayne, nothing more needs to be said. There you have it. A game ended in a no result here at the 3Ws Oval. UWI and Wildey walking away with 2 points each. 3 points, my apologies. Those two teams walking away with 3 points, which means the gap between them remains the same. With that, we complete Series 7 and we look forward to Series 8 next week. We say good evening. Wayne, I say good evening to you first. I say good evening to Andy Payne, along with Andrew Mason, who would have made up the commentary team today. And we must also thank our producers and our technical team, Jalay, all the rest. And we thank you guys, and most importantly, we thank the viewers for tuning in. So, very good evening to you, Wayne, and good evening to the viewers.
Job well done.